Chapter 1303. The purpose of Yang Qin entering the Langya well was for the pure Yin true fire. However, the pure Yin true fire was a 7th grade fire seed, and Yang Qin did not dare to conclude that the pure Yin true fire in the Langya well had already been collected and could be taken away. Therefore, the preparation that should be done could not be less. What was most needed was the ability to collect the 7th grade fire seed. In terms of cultivation base, with the realm of Yang Qin in the middle Yuanying stage, collecting the pure Yin true fire was really a bit overconfident. But with the profound spirit furnace and the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, this was no longer an extravagant hope, but something that could be done as long as it could be improved a little. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire had only absorbed the 5th grade fire seed. In Yang Chen's view, it was not yet able to withstand the 7th grade fire seed, but the 6th grade fire seed was no problem at all. The 5th grade fire seed in his hand had almost been absorbed, and it was time to absorb the 6th grade fire seed. As long as he absorbed a few more 6th grade fire seeds, the power of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire would be greatly improved, and it would also be able to withstand the next 7th grade fire seed. At this point, he could consider combining the yin-yang heaven-burning fire and his own life source flying sword. The Nanming fire armor of Scar was actually an example of the fusion of the fire seed and the magic weapon. The magic weapon integrated with the fire seed, not only would there be a qualitative leap in the grade, but the power would also be greatly improved. The ultimate purpose of condensing the fire seed was for this last step. It was just that there was a choice between the alchemist and the warrior, to integrate the alchemy furnace or to integrate the life source flying sword. For most alchemists, this choice did not make sense, because most of the alchemist's life source magic weapon was their own alchemy furnace. Similarly, for Yang Qin, this choice did not make sense, because Yang Qin's profound spirit furnace itself had the characteristic of fusing the fire seed to upgrade itself. As for the flying sword that was to be integrated with the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, Yang Qin did not have to think about anything else. The bright ray sword must be one of them, and the 4th fire flying sword had already been prepared. In the past, the grade of these 2 flying swords was not high because it could greatly improve the grade of the magic weapon through this method. The 7 emotions and 6 desires pill passed through the live advertisements of several major sect masters and the head of the Chunying Palace and several elders. It directly became a holy object for the masters of the Yuanying stage and the Deshang stage who were on the verge of breaking through. Not to mention that Yang Qin just wanted to exchange some top-level metal materials. Even if he wanted to exchange it for more advanced things, it would not be a problem. The 5 great sects, in particular, used the treasures of their sect to exchange for some 7 emotions and 6 desires pills with Yang Qin. The 5 great sects of the Tao sects were like this, and the demon sects and the rogue cultivators alliance were no exception. They all took out the secret treasures of their own sect and came one after another. After the matter of the last demon seal formation, the Taishamen surprisingly did not say anything about the exchange in Chunying Palace this time. As long as this exchange did not happen under their eyes, they would also turn a blind eye. Less than 2 years after Yang Qin released the news of the exchange, Yang Qin had a lot of top-level metal materials in front of him. Every single material here would be coveted in the outside world. Any of them could be used to refine a top-notch metal flying sword. But in the eyes of Yang Qin, this level of material was not enough. The rest of the materials, Yang Qin was very generous and filial to the head of the palace. The head of the palace already had a life source flying sword, but his Tao companion Wan Qian did not have a particularly suitable life source flying sword. These materials were enough for Wan Qian to refine one. For Yang Qin's filial piety, the head of the palace accepted it with a peace of mind. He also knew Yang Qin's plan, just to let Yang Qin rest assured. He could still worry about the sex affairs for hundreds of years, and there was no need for Yang Qin to be distracted at all. The head of the palace was already satisfied with Yang Qin to the extreme. Not only did he give himself a beautiful Tao companion, but she was also obedient. In particular, he improved his own cultivation and helped him to strengthen the sect. If such a disciple was not satisfied, then there would be no reason. Eighth metal was also known as soft metal, which was the essence of the moon. Therefore, this eighth metal flying sword was destined to be a soft sword. Yang Qin did not directly start to refine the flying sword, but selected dozens of materials according to the secret recipe in his memory. After the proportions were adjusted, they were melted together with Yin fire and then put into the sea of consciousness. From the materials, he began to quench the life source magic weapon. Not only that, the Yin fire dragon in the sea of consciousness was directly entangled on this huge eighth metal material, smelting it with its own flame all the time. In this case, the impurities in the fused materials were removed little by little. This process would take at least a few decades. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. Anyway, there were almost 80 years before the Langia well was opened, enough to refine the eighth metal flying sword. Yang Chen's energy at the moment was all focused on absorbing and fusing the sixth grade fire seed. After dealing with the eighth metal material, Yang Chen and his wives and concubines retreated again. In fact, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling have never come out. Only the 7 concubines of Yang Chen came out. During this retreat, Yang Chen summoned the 7 girls to his side and then told them some matters to pay attention to. He directly released the 9 nether flying sword and slowly released the demonic energy from light to thick, wrapping the 7 girls in it. As early as a long time ago, Yang Chen said to the 7 girls that the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill was a deceptive product. The 7 girls did not believe it. At this moment, after seeing the demonic energy, she understood the power of the demonic energy. The 7 girls, who had felt the taste of the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, immediately understood that the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill was just a weakened version of the demonic energy plus a little tribulation aura. Compared with the pure demonic energy, it could really be called garbage. They were all masters of the Deshang stage. Everyone understood the benefits of being tempered by this kind of demonic energy. The 7 girls immediately devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the fight against the demonic energy. However, compared with the 4 wives of Yang Qin, although their cultivation bases were all in the Deshang stage, their spiritual awareness cultivation base was not a little worse than that of the women, and they had not experienced the experience of the demon continent. The demonic energy they endured was much weaker, almost not even half of that of the 4 women. Even so, the 7 girls had already felt a great deal of effort, and at the same time they had benefited a lot. This kind of demonic energy that directly awakened all kinds of emotions in the bottom of their hearts was simply a training ground for their inner demons, letting them break out at any time and anywhere. The 7 girls couldn't care about anything else at all. They could only concentrate on the fight and forget everything around them. After seeing the 7 girls enter the state, Yang Qin himself took out the 6th grade fire seed and began his usual absorption and fusion process. First, he used the profound spirit furnace to absorb the fire seed, and then through the profound spirit furnace, he absorbed it into his own body. Of course, it was inevitable to add merit in the process. Chapter 1304. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base, it was actually not suitable for him to touch the 6th grade fire seed. In his previous life, when Yang Chen absorbed the true sun fire, he was also in the Yuanying stage, but even so, he ended up with a narrow escape and his body and soul were almost destroyed. Yang Chen's master, Gao Yu, now has the 6th grade Purple Heart Profound Fire, and it was the upgraded version of her life source fire, Purple Heart Fire, but she has not begun to refine and absorb it because she was afraid that her cultivation base was not enough to cause danger. This life was different from the previous life. There was no need to let her master take this risk. However, Yang Qin himself was a real freak, and he could not be measured by common sense at all. In his previous life, the 5th grade fire seed of the Sun True Fire, Yang Qin has now absorbed dozens of them. even the red lotus fire and the peach blossom fire, the two kinds of fire seeds that made everyone pale at the mention of them, were no longer within this limit. In order to balance, Yang Qin still planned to absorb one fire each. For this reason, he prepared two kinds of sixth-grade fire seeds. One was the upgraded version of the forging gold mysterious fire, and the other was the upgraded version of the earth core mysterious fire. The forging gold fire was the most suitable fire seed for smelting metals in the mortal world, and the earth core mysterious fire was the most suitable fire seed for smelting medicinal materials in the mortal world. It was said to be an upgraded version, but in fact, this upgrade could not be easily controlled artificially. Strictly speaking, it was just a natural mutation of the fire seed. The advantage of fusing this kind of upgraded fire seed was that it would not affect their own life source fire seed to mutate. So this so-called upgraded version of the fire seed was the favorite of fire attribute cultivators. Yang Chen was now rich, especially in the collection of fire seeds. He has not stopped selling the pill recipe, and there were already a lot of sixth-grade fire seeds in his hands. This kind of similar fire seed was not lacking at all. The reason why he chose these two kinds of sixth-grade fire seeds was precisely because of their characteristics. He could also learn from experience in the control, which was relatively easy. But in any case, it was a sixth-grade fire seed. At least he had to reach the Deshang stage before he could consider it. Although it would not be dangerous for Yang Qin, the difficulty was also incomparable to all the previous fire seeds combined. Master Ancestor Wang Yong had strong confidence when crossing the Yin fire tribulation. With the power of the Yin fire tribulation, he tempered his own fire seed and successfully upgraded the Qilin fire to the Qilin heaven fire. But even so, it was only a trace of the fire seed that had mutated. It would take many years for the fire seed to completely transform. He believed that it would only be complete when he used the power of the heavenly tribulation during the wind tribulation. What Yang Chen wanted was a step-by-step process, not this kind of sudden improvement, so the difficulty was much higher. Fortunately, the fire seed was ready-made. All he had to do was fuse with it and absorb it. The risk was much lower. With the experience of controlling fire in his previous life, plus the experience of absorbing thousands of kinds of fire seeds of various grades in this life, Yang Chen controlled the profound spirit furnace to absorb these two kinds of sixth-grade fire seeds. There were not too many twists and turns, but it took a long time. However, it took almost 4 years for Yang Chen to absorb the forging gold mysterious fire into the profound spirit furnace, which was a long time that he had never absorbed other fire seeds in the past. The next step was the absorption of the earth core mysterious fire. It was still almost the same time. However, with the experience of the forging gold mysterious fire, Yang Chen has been able to do something else in the process of absorbing the earth core mysterious fire. The main thing was to smelt the remaining cyan crystal, profound gold, all of which were integrated into the profound spirit furnace. While improving the quality of the profound spirit furnace, he also added the refining method of the merit chapter and directly integrated a large amount of merit into the profound spirit furnace. As soon as the two kinds of sixth-grade fire seeds were absorbed, the profound spirit furnace changed again. This time, from the original quaint and introverted, it suddenly became the kind of dazzling brilliance. Yang Chen understood that a good magic weapon had to go through this process of several cycles from brilliant to ordinary, and then to brilliant in order to be truly reborn. The same was true for the profound spirit furnace. It could become a product that could be compared with the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord Qinkuin Bagua furnace. Such a process was absolutely inevitable. The large amount of merit added in the refining process made Yang Chen have a vague feeling that sooner or later, this profound spirit furnace would produce some medicinal pills with heaven-defying effects. Although it may not be seen now, it was only because the merit added during this period was not enough. When Yang Chen continued to warm the profound spirit furnace in the universe, treasure-raising secret art, he would constantly add merit, and one day he would be able to see such an effect. Even now, Yang Chen could faintly perceive that as long as he could break through the Deshang stage, then relying on the profound spirit furnace, he could not think about the high-level questioning inner heart pills, but he could also refine the simplest sixth-grade medicinal pills. This had almost reached the level of Yang Chen's great principle golden immortal in his previous life. Although he relied on the profound spirit furnace, once he took it out, it would definitely be shocking. This kind of thing was still done as little as possible. Yang Chen's current limelight was already hot enough. There was no need to add such a title of a sixth-grade alchemist master to himself. At that time, he would really be the target of public criticism. The next step was the process of fusing the fire seeds, which would be a longer process. Yang Chen was mentally prepared, and at the same time he was also prepared to withstand the burning of the sixth-grade fire seeds. He separated a trace of the forging gold profound fire from the profound spirit furnace and began to slowly integrate it into his own yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Every time the yin-yang heaven-burning fire absorbed a high-level fire seed, there would be a fundamental change, especially when it absorbed a higher-level fire seed for the first time. This change was more and more obvious. At the moment when the Yang fire dragon was fused with the forging gold profound fire, it suddenly turned into a complete purple dragon that was close to black. The scales on its body and the horns on its head were clear and lifelike. It flew up and down around Yang Chen, and its movements were indescribably flexible and vivid. There was also a slight aura that made people feel a sense of fear at first glance. This was just the change of the Yang fire dragon. Next, Yang Chen began to continue the absorption and fusion of the earth core profound fire. This time, it was a complete change of the Yin fire dragon. After the completion of the Yin fire dragon, except that the color was different from the Yang fire dragon, the other places were almost exactly the same. Any metal in Yang Chen's Chenkuan bag, as long as it slightly touched the two fire dragons, would instantly become red. And the contact was more than a breath. Without thinking about it, it would directly become a molten liquid without exception. I am afraid that only some materials that have been refined by cultivators can barely withstand the burning of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, but I believe that it will not last too long. The two kinds of fire seeds were completely absorbed, and it directly consumed Yang Chen's 30 years, and the yin-yang heaven-burning fire finally had a small accomplishment. Next, the fusion of other sixth-grade fire seeds was relatively easy. After all, Yang Chen's cultivation base was still too low. With the improvement of Yang Chen's cultivation base, the future process would be shorter and shorter. Chapter 1305. The changes in the Sea of Consciousness were the most obvious. First of all, the two fire dragons were like the real yin-yang heaven-burning fire outside, becoming two lifelike fire dragons, one purple and one blue, reflecting each other. The area of the Sea of Consciousness expanded again. The only regret was that although the cultivation base of the spiritual awareness had been improved, it had not reached the posture of breaking through the 9th grade of the human immortal realm. On the contrary, the spirit power of the 5 elements had always been balanced. Because of the sudden strengthening of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, the 3rd fire true essence and the 4th fire true essence had been upgraded to the late Yuanying stage. This was the first time that Yang Chen's spirit power was out of balance after the spirit power was balanced. If he wanted to change this situation, it would take at least a few decades. However, in this way, Yang Chen's fire attribute spirit power was highlighted, making Yang Chen look more like a pure fire cultivator. In fact, until now, the masters of the major sect who had seen Yang Chen had some doubts in their hearts. Yang Chen, a cultivator with a fire attribute spirit root, did not behave like a fire cultivator. They believed that when they saw Yang Chen again, they would no longer have such doubts. After completing the absorption and fusion of the 2 6th-grade fire seeds, Yang Chen finally established a spiritual awareness connection with Li Liheng again. This was the first time in hundreds of years that Yang Chen had contacted Li Liheng. Li Liheng, who had long known that Senior Lu Fengzi was in seclusion, cultivated the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method almost every day. He knew where his status and glory came from, so he never dared to interrupt. Suddenly contacting Senior Lu Fingzi, Li Liheng was also overjoyed. Almost whatever Senior Lu Fingzi asked, Li Liheng would answer, very specific. Yang Chen was also very skillful. He did not ask very detailed questions. He just asked about the current situation of Taishimen. Li Liheng immediately began to talk about the current situation of Taishimen, without any concealment. With the help of Yang Chen's 7 Emotions pill, the sect master and several core elders of the Taishimen sect all entered the realm of the Deshang stage, and the control of the sect was more effective. Most importantly, the Heaven and Earth Limitless Origin Suppression Formation had been set up for more than 100 years. It was continuously extracting the idle spiritual energy from the mortal world. After a period of time, the formation would be able to be activated and truly benefit the Taishimen disciples. In addition, Yang Qin clearly felt the improvement of Li Liheng's spiritual awareness cultivation. In this regard, Yang Qin was not stingy with his own praise. Of course, he was only praising Li Liheng for his hard work and not for the methods he used. Li Liheng naturally felt happy in his heart. The Freedom Devil Heart Sutra really was a good thing. It allowed his spiritual consciousness cultivation to grow several times faster than before. However, as an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, his spiritual sense had reached the peak of late-stage nascent soul cultivator. He couldn't help but feel proud. It seemed that in the future he would have to find a few more female masters to be cauldrons, so that his cultivation would be more tasty. In the mind of Li Liheng, the 7 concubines of Yang Qin were the most suitable cauldrons. Unfortunately, Yang Chen didn't go out now. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't hit Yang Qin. It was impossible for the Taishimen to declare war on Chunyang Palace for no reason, so Li Liheng could only think about it. However, Yang Lan was very capable and could always find him some female masters with enough weight to be a cauldron. In Li Liheng's answer, of course, the emergence of the demon ceiling formation was mentioned. Senior Lu Fingzi only said that he knew about it, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was only a formation in the mortal world, and it was not of much help to the spiritual world. After answering some of the cultivation questions that the Taishimen had accumulated for a long time, Yang Chen told Li Liheng to cultivate diligently. He said that he would retreat for another 200 years, and then he disconnected again. The Taishimen had fallen deeper and deeper into the big pit dug by Yang Qin. After the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppressing Formation was launched, it would be the time to completely enter the bottom of the pit. Yang Qin was not in a hurry. He slowly watched the Taishimen fall into hell without any consciousness. For Yang Qin, who had accumulated tens of thousands of years of resentment in his previous life, it was also a kind of enjoyment. After all this was done, the 8th metal materials that Yang Qin had tempered in his sea of consciousness had been purified to the limit, and all the impurities had been discharged. It was time to build the 8th metal flying sword. The process of building was not complicated for Yang Qin, who had achieved small success in the Yin-Yang Heaven burning fire. The only thing he had to pay was time. The materials that were fused with the formula of the spiritual world were hundreds of times better than a single material. The flying sword created was naturally a top-level magic weapon with super powerful performance. The 8th metal flying sword was directly molded from the beginning, unlike other flying swords, which were first molded into a sword embryo, then slowly refined and supplemented, and finally became a flying sword. However, this did not mean that the 8th metal flying sword had no room for improvement. Now it was only using the materials of the mortal world. When he reached the spiritual world and the immortal world, there were more advanced materials to upgrade. When the 8th metal flying sword was completed, it was already 5 years later. At this point, the great Yin-Yang 5 elements flying sword was finally gathered. Each flying sword Yang Qin did not dare to say that it was the strongest single attribute of the flying sword, but it was the most suitable flying sword. At this point, he could finally combine the great yin-yang 5 elements, flying sword, into one. The seventh metal flying sword, also known as the Immortal beheading blade, was essentially a sword case that could accommodate one to several sword souls. The remaining great yin-yang 5 elements, flying sword, was the sword soul of the Immortal beheading blade. When Yang Chen installed the other 9 flying swords one by one into the Immortal beheading blade according to the control technique of the Immortal beheading blade turned into an unusually ferocious 9-ring machete. The 9 knife rings were transformed from 9 other flying swords. This was the only difference between the current Immortal beheading blade of Yang Chen and the Immortal beheading blade in the Immortal beheading blade. The other 9 flying swords, through the situation of the knife rings, became a part of the Immortal beheading blade. Their respective characteristics would also be fully displayed through the knife rings. This also meant that at any time, as long as Yang Chen was willing, the Immortal beheading blade could have the attack power of the great yin-yang 5 elements formation. At the same time, it also had the powerful additional effects of blood-sucking, blood phantom vine flying sword, corrosive poison, 9th water flying sword, devil chi invasion, 6th earth flying sword, yin-yang heaven burning fire, 3rd fire, 4th fire flying sword, and so on. Yang Chen could not think of anyone in the mortal world who could take such a blow. Even his sworn brother Li Cheng. In the face of such a magic weapon, it was estimated that it would be a little difficult. Holding the Immortal beheading blade in his hand and feeling the feeling of flesh and blood connection after the tempering of his life, Yang Chen couldn't help but be ecstatic and laughed. In the wild laughter, a pair of snow-white soft hands embraced Yang Chen from behind. A delicate body leaned against Yang Chen's back and held Yang Chen in her arms. Then, Yang Chen heard Gao Yu's familiar voice. "Husband, what are you so happy about?" Chapter 1306. Gao Yu had been lying in the formation arranged by Gong Sunling for decades in order to fully absorb the qi of the 3 emperors. In addition, Yang Chen's unique method of sealing cultivation, not only did it not damage her cultivation, but it also increased the tempering of the life flying sword. So Gao Yu could be said to be the easiest person to cultivate. In the eyes of others, as long as she slept quietly, she could improve her cultivation. From the arrangement of the formation to the present, it had been more than 60 years, and the qi of the 3 emperors in the 3 jade bottles had already been completely absorbed by Gao Yu. Yang Chen's sealing method was set up for 60 years. When the time was up, Gao Yu had automatically woken up. Just because Yang Chen had been concentrating on refining the Xanjin flying sword, Gao Yu did not disturb him. Now that Yang Chen had come out of seclusion, Gao Yu naturally came over. "My life flying sword is finally completed. Do you want to see it?" Yang Chen just twisted his waist slightly, stretched his arm back, and hugged Gao Yu from behind his chest and held her in his arms. At the same time, he held the Immortal beheading blade in one hand and showed it to Gao Yu like a treasure. "Your life flying sword." Not only Gao Yu, but the attention of the surrounding women was attracted by Yang Chen's words. In fact, when Yang Chen completed the Xanjin flying sword and then combined the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, he had already withdrawn the 9 nether flying sword. The devil energy that honed the will of the 7 girls was naturally withdrawn, and the 7 girls also came out. Hearing Yang Chen's words, they naturally all paid attention to this side. The eyes of the women all fell on the Immortal beheading blade, held in Yang Chen's left hand. This blade, basically everyone has seen it, but now it seems a little different. If you look closely, there are 9 more knife rings on the blade, and it doesn't seem to have changed much. Gao Yu was quite blunt. As the most famous refiner in Chunying Palace, Gao Yu was fully qualified to evaluate any magic weapon. However, even so, she only saw the external changes and did not notice the internal changes. "Of course I have to look at the good stuff." Yang Chen was not afraid that Gao Yu would break his own life source magic weapon. He stuffed the beheading immortal blade into Gao Yu's hand. Look around. It doesn't matter if you use spiritual power. This was the unique ability of Yang Qin. His own magic weapon was not afraid of anyone's spiritual power contamination. With Shao Tian, he could easily swallow all the spiritual power that did not belong to Yang Qin, and it would not affect the quality of the magic weapon. Yang Chen was not polite to Gao Yu, and Gao Yu was the same to Yang Qin. Taking Yang Chen's beheading immortal blade, Gao Yu did not say anything and entered the spiritual power. However, the beheading immortal blade seemed to have suddenly become a piece of stubborn iron, and there was no reaction to Gao Yu's input of spiritual power, which made Gao Yu stunned for a while. Yang Qin and the 7 girls who were watching around were equally stunned. Gao Yu's surprise did not last long, and it was converted into another form of surprise. It seemed that she had discovered something, but she was a little unsure. Looking up at Yang Qin, she only saw his encouraging look. Gao Yu's heart was warm, and she didn't think about anything else. She handed the beheading immortal blade to Shi Wushuang, who was closest to her. Shi Wushuang took the beheading immortal blade and also input spiritual power, and then she was also sluggish. Next, this sluggish expression seemed to be contagious, and was quickly passed from Shi Wushuang to the Morong sisters, and finally to Tao Junki. The beheading immortal blade turned from the hands of the women and returned to Yang Chen's hands. Looking at the application of the women, Yang Qin asked innocently, "How do you feel?" It caused a moment of silence. "Husband." Seeing that no one spoke, Shi Wushuang hurriedly spoke cleverly. "Why doesn't your blade respond to spiritual power? Is there something wrong with it during the refining?" When she spoke, there was a look of worry on her face. Everyone understood how great the impact on cultivation would be if there was a problem with the life-flying sword. Yang Chen's life-flying sword was like a stubborn iron, and it was almost 100% certain that there was a problem. As soon as Shi Wushuang spoke, the other women, except for Gao Yu, all nodded worriedly. Although their cultivation was high, they didn't study much in refining. They had never seen a life-flying sword that didn't respond to spiritual power. Yang Chen didn't answer the women, but looked at Gao Yu. Gao Yu suddenly smiled and said to the women, "You are really stupid. Almost everything about my husband is the best. Would his life-flying sword be bad?" The women understood this in their hearts, but they couldn't imagine how powerful a blade that couldn't use spiritual power could be. "No wonder my husband had always been holding the immortal beheading saber in his hand. Was it because he couldn't use a flying sword? But my husband can't even use a flying sword," Shi Wushuang said unwillingly, but she looked at Gao Yu, waiting for her explanation. "My husband's magic weapon only doesn't respond to our spiritual power. It's not that it doesn't respond to his own spiritual power." Gao Yu explained with a proud expression on her face. "This is a magic weapon that belongs exclusively to my husband. No one else can use it. Then why does it look so ordinary? It doesn't have any extraordinary performance?" Morong Yen asked in amusement. "It's because my husband's refining technique is brilliant. All the spiritual light is restrained and not a trace of it leaked out. That's why it looks so ordinary." As a weapon refinement master, Gao Yu certainly understood the brilliance of Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber. At this moment, she patiently explained to the women, "This is the truly brilliant part. For the time being, our life-flying sword is still lacking in maturity." After Gao Yu's explanation, the women immediately understood. They also seemed to understand why Yang Qin had so generously allowed the women to use their spiritual power to test it. It turned out that when it was refined to the extreme, a life treasure would have such a performance. In the past, the women did not understand the characteristics of a truly high-level magic weapon. Now they finally understood 2 of them. However, the power of the immortal beheading saber was beyond Gao Yu's imagination. In a moment of curiosity, Gao Yu reached out her slender hand and touched the blade of the immortal beheading saber, as if she wanted to feel the power of the immortal beheading saber after it had pierced through her body. Just as Gao Yu's fingers were about to touch the blade, the immortal beheading saber disappeared in an instant. Then, Yang Chen shook his head repeatedly. What a joke! If the immortal beheading saber had pierced through her skin, other effects aside, just the murderous aura alone would be enough to seriously injure Gao Yu. How could Yang Chen let Gao Yu suffer such injuries? To truly attack, it's better to find a worthy enemy. Yang Chen smiled and gave Gao Yu an explanation that was not really an explanation. Chapter 1307. Although she was curious about the power of Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, Gao Yu could still understand Yang Chen's reluctance to let her get hurt. While feeling sweet in her heart, she was also looking forward to seeing the real performance of the immortal beheading saber with her own eyes. After everyone chatted for a while, Yang Chen finally remembered one thing. He reached out from the merit ring and took out the Zhao family manor, which had shrunk countless times, and put it in his hand. The Zhao family manor itself was a magic weapon that had been sacrificially refined. Except for the demon sealing array that had been destroyed, there was no damage elsewhere. Yang Chen easily erased all the Zhao family's spiritual sense imprints on the Zhao family manor, and then sent the small model to Tao Junki's eyes. This is... Tao Junki didn't understand what Yang Chen was going to do, so she was stunned and looked at Yang Chen in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Zhao family manor. Yang Chen replied. In fact, this answer was redundant. Except for Gao Yu, the other women had already seen that this was the Zhao family manor. There was no difference between answering or not answering. I have already put away the scripture pavilion inside. You can choose whatever you want from the rest. Yang Chen had already decided to give the Zhao family manor to Tao Junki. He put the thing in Tao Junki's hand. In the future, this manor will belong to you, Junki. Husband. In front of Gao Yu, the wife, Yang Chen actually gave such a precious thing to Tao Junki. Tao Junki was a little anxious and hurriedly called out. Don't refuse. Yang Chen motioned for Tao Junki to calm down, and then explained, Among our family, Junki, you will be the first to ascend to the spiritual realm. Before I ascend, this will be our other home. Junki, you have to take good care of it. Don't let everyone be homeless. Upon hearing this intention, Tao Junki did not refuse anymore and accepted the Zhao family manor calmly. The other women had nothing to be jealous of. It was said to be given to Tao Junki, but in fact it was just for her to keep. No one would care. Oh right, there are still a few followers. Bring them along as well. After settling down the Zhao family manor, Yang Chen suddenly thought of something and immediately said, with a wave of his hand, 12 Penglai divine wood monsters appeared in front of the women. This was half of all the Penglai divine wood monsters, exactly the number of earth branches. The Zhao family's manor is on the sea. It has the water attribute. Yang Chen pointed to the 12 Penglai divine wood demons and said, the few of them can form a set of 12 Yuanqin sea suppression formation, which is specially used to suppress the mansion. Let them live in it. In the future, this manor will be safer and more suitable for cultivation. At this moment, except for Yang Chen and Gao Yu, the other 7 women had completely fallen into a sluggish state. Looking at the 12 Penglai divine with demons in front of him, he was stunned and could not say a word. Murong Bai, who had just drunk a mouthful of wine, immediately spurted out all the wine in his mouth with a pew sound, completely losing his image. The 7 girls were all well-informed people. Even if they had not seen the Penglai divine wood before, they had heard of the name of the Penglai divine wood. Now the 12 Penglai divine wood demons appeared, still maintaining the tree shape, and almost at a glance they could see what their original appearance was. Because of this, the women were so surprised. This kind of Penglai divine wood with the word divine in its name, at any time, was a super heavenly material and earthly treasure that could be compared with a divine object. Ordinary cultivators, not to mention a whole Penglai divine wood, even if they only got a branch, They could also make an excellent top-level would attribute magic weapon. But now in front of the women, not only were there 12 complete Penglai divine wood, but also 12 Penglai divine wood demons who had already cultivated to become a demon. This was a strong blessing, to be able to get so many Penglai divine wood. Although Yang Qin had already brought a lot of surprises to the 7 girls, especially in the many kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it was still unbelievable that it appeared from time to time, but not everyone could get used to it at any time and place. "Husband, let's leave these in the Dragon Palace first." After being stunned for a long time, Tao Junkie finally remembered what she should say. Looking at the Penglai divine with demons, they knew that it was definitely good for the manor, but they still took care of their husband first. The other women also had the same idea. "It's okay." Yang Chan waved his hand and directly let Tao Junkie take the Penglai divine with demons into the manor, and then casually explained, "I still have 12 here. With the same cultivation base, they can also form a set of 12 Yuanchin sea suppression formation. No one will fall behind. Rest assured." There were 12 more. The 7 pairs of beautiful eyes of the 7 girls almost popped out of their respective eye sockets. This kind of Penglai divine with demons that were only heard of in legends but not seen in real life, the Penglai divine with demons that were even more illusory than the legend, there were still 12. Murong Bai, who had just woken up from the sluggishness, took another sip of wine to suppress the shock, and once again sprayed a mouthful of wine everywhere. The 7 girls finally understood, once again, how rich their husband was. Thinking about these things that he took out, whether it was a variety of medicinal pills or the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid that everyone used as bath water, or this kind of casually 24 Penglai divine with demons, even if the 5 major sects were added up, they would not be so rich, right? To be honest, up to now, the women did not understand what was going on with the 12 Yuanchan sea suppression formation, and they were completely shocked by the Penglai divine with demons. Finally, Gao Yu still knew about the family background of Yang Qin, or was used to Yang Chen's luxury. She coughed softly and let the women recover from the shock. "Because of some reasons, they can't be my disciples. They can only be slaves." Yang Chen saw that everyone was awake and slowly said, "Guarding the house is the most suitable, and it also suits their temperament." At this time, Tao Junkie had no reason to refuse, and obediently received the 12 Penglai divine with demons into the Zhao family manor. They would find a suitable place to take root, and then activate the 12 Yuanchin sea suppression formation. So Tao Junkie did not have to worry about it. "Husband, what are your plans next?" Only Gao Yu could ask this, and the others were not able to speak at this time because of their identity. "In another 10 years, the Langya well will open." Yang Chen looked at the women and asked slowly, "Are you interested in going in for a stroll?" "As you command." At this time, who would go against Yang Chen's meaning? Yang Chen made it clear that he wanted to enter the Langya well. How could the women not understand his meaning? They all had the same idea. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. If that's the case, then wake up, Ling, and by the way, call Shan Shan and little Shui. The whole family will go to the Langya well to see. Yang Chen said unceremoniously, "It may take decades or hundreds of years. Everyone should prepare carefully." Chapter 1308. Gong Sunling was only deeply studying the demon's sealing formation and the mystery of the other formation given by Yang Chen. It was not that her cultivation could not be disturbed. She could come out at any time and place without being affected at all. But Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were different. It would take at least a few years to wake them up so that their cultivation would not be affected. And this time, as Yang Qin said, he would be gone for decades or hundreds of years. Some things in the sect had to be explained in advance to avoid any problems. As for whether it would reveal Yang Chen's next goal, Yang Chen did not care. He had never intended to hide his destination. Except for his goal of the 7th grade pure Yin True Fire, Yang Chen was not afraid of anything else being leaked. In fact, as long as he appeared near Langya well at that time, Others would know, without asking, that his destination was Languel. There was no point in hiding it. The women began to settle down. Tao, Junki, Shi Wushuang, and the Morong sisters returned to the sect to make arrangements. Gao Yu woke up Gong Sunling and also made preparations in the sect. Yang Qin himself left Chunyang Palace alone. There were two purposes for coming out. One was to wake up Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, and the other was for his next apprentice, Mo Chunmei. Mo Chunmei was a famous 9th grade alchemist in her previous life. It was believed that if Yang Chen could accept her as an apprentice in this life, it would be a good thing for both Mo Chunmei and Yang Chen. Mo Chunmei was born in a practicing family. She grew up under the influence of medicine books and various medicinal herbs. Therefore, she had a special fondness for alchemy. After starting to cultivate, she devoted herself to the study of alchemy, which was inseparable from her family's knowledge. But now, the future 9th grade alchemist was only an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Not to mention cultivation, she had not even shown that she had an innate spiritual root. Usually, women of this age, if they had yet to cultivate, were already married and had children. In her previous life, the reason why Mo Chunmei was only able to become a 9th grade alchemist was because she was already married before she started cultivating. Although she didn't have any children, she had already broken her primordial yin. As a result, when he accidentally discovered that he had an innate spiritual root, there was no way to remedy it even if he continued to cultivate. His achievements were relatively limited. Of course, Yang Chen wouldn't let this regret happen again. So, when Yang Chen appeared in front of Mo Chunmei, Mo Chunmei's family thought that Yang Chen was a liar. How is this possible? Mortals would naturally welcome anyone who could join a cultivation team, but if someone came to them and told them that they wanted to take their daughter, who did not have a spiritual root, as a disciple, most people would have such doubts. I took her in as my disciple because of her talent in alchemy. Yang Qin didn't hide his purpose. At the same time, he didn't forget to praise Mo Chunmei's parents. It's because of your teachings in medicine since I was young that I had this idea. Speaking of this, Mo Chunmei's parents were very proud. Their daughter had been smart since she was young and had a photographic memory. There were so many complicated herbs, yet she could distinguish them one by one. She knew each and every one of them like she was a treasure. If it wasn't for the fact that their daughter was old and needed to find a husband, they wouldn't have let her leave. Although they still had some doubts, when Yang Chen placed 2,000-year-old ginseng and Chinese knotweed in front of Mo Chunmei's parents, they no longer had any doubts. They were from a family of healers, so they naturally recognized what it was. To put it bluntly, these 2 ginseng and Chinese knotweed were more than enough to buy their entire family. But Yang Qin said that it was just a greeting gift from his master to his disciple's family. There were almost no major twists and turns. In Yang Chen's medicine garden, there was a mortal woman. Naturally, Yang Qin didn't forget to give his disciple a 5-transformation merit body refining pill. It was best to take it before cultivating. Mo Chunmei had long been shocked by the big moves in Yang Chen's medicinal garden. She had only heard of the herbs that should only appear in the legends, but she had never seen them before, were planted in front of her. She couldn't believe her eyes. Of course, such a mysterious space also made Mo Chunmei completely dispel her doubts. Her master, who looked young, was definitely an immortal. It would take some time for the merit body refining pill to take effect. Yang Chen didn't return to Chunyang Palace, but directly took Mo Chunmei to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Shi Shanshan was still in seclusion in the eye of the sea. The arrival of Yang Chen didn't alarm too many people. But even so, the Lord of Tantai and Elder Min still personally met Yang Chen. After asking about the purpose of the visit, the island master and Elder Min didn't say anything at all. Immediately, Elder Min personally took Yang Chen to see Shi Shanshan. In recent years, because Shi Shanshan had been in seclusion, The contact between the green jade Immortal Island and Yangqin seemed to be somewhat disconnected. In addition, the attack on Chunying Palace took place, and the green jade Immortal Island was also involved in it. The green jade Immortal Island was somewhat embarrassed to see Yangqin. However, Yangqin had the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill and the demon seal formation. Sometimes he had to deal with Chunying Palace. Now that Yangqin took the initiative to find Shan, the high-level officials were naturally happy. Why were the Taishaman 5 Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect so proud recently? Wasn't it because a female disciple in their own sect married Yangqin as a concubine and stayed with Yangqin all the time? If Shan was not in seclusion, where would they get their turn? Even with the cultivation base of Elder Min, when approaching the Eye of the Sea, she was cautious. Elder Min had come before and accidentally disturbed Shan and immediately attracted a burst of sword chi attack. If it wasn't for the distance, and it was still under the Eye of the Sea, maybe Elder Min would have died at the bottom of the sea. Since then, the Green Jade Immortal Island had strictly ordered that without the order of the island master, no one was allowed to easily approach within 10 miles of the Eye of the Sea. Elder Min's caution and Yangqin's ease were completely different. Seeing that Yangqin didn't care, Elder Min couldn't help but whisper to Yangqin, lest Yangqin be injured by Shan's sword chi and affect the relationship between the two. Although Shan seemed to be getting more and more powerful, if such a thing really happened, it would be a big trouble. It doesn't matter. Yangqin also knew what Elder Min was worried about, but he smiled slightly to indicate that it was okay. He rushed in the direction of the Eye of the Sea without any precaution. Elder Min was suddenly shocked, and if he went forward, he would be in the range of Shan's perception. If he was not careful, Yangqin would be injured on the spot. In a hurry, Elder Min flew forward, intending to stop Yangqin. At this moment, a fierce sword chi suddenly pierced the sea and stabbed towards Yangqin and Elder Min mercilessly. Chapter 1309. At this point, Elder Min could no longer complain about Yangqin. In a great shock, she could only use her natal flying sword to meet the attack, hoping to block Shan's attack and then drag Yangqin to a safe place. What Elder Min never expected was that she had already given up her natal flying sword and risked losing hundreds of years of cultivation to pull Yangqin away. But when she grabbed Yangqin's shoulder and pulled, Yangqin's body seemed to be rooted in place and did not move at all. In a great shock, Elder Min was about to remind Yangqin loudly, but she found that Yangqin had already thrown out his immortal slaying saber 1 step ahead of her. The immortal slaying saber was Yangqin's natal magic weapon, which Elder Min was not very clear about. She only knew that Yangqin liked this saber very much and always carried it with him. Now seeing that Yangqin was overestimating himself and intended to use the saber to block Shan's sword chi, she could not help but be angry. But Elder Min also knew what was good for her. At this time, she must not let Yangqin be hurt. She could only urge her natal flying sword to block Shan's sword chi. Yangqin's immortal slaying saber arrived first and directly met with the invisible sword chi. Chi! A slight sound passed through the sea to Elder Min's ears. She expected that Yangqin's immortal slaying saber would be broken into pieces, and then the sword chi would slash toward Yangqin without hesitation. But it did not happen. It was just that after that soft sound, there was no more movement. Looking at this scene, Elder Min, who was very anxious just now, directly turned into a wooden sculpture. She stood there, maintaining the posture of turning her head to watch, and did not move. How was this possible? Elder Min clearly knew how powerful Shan's sword chi was. Even though it was still far away and the power of the sword chi had been greatly reduced, it was still not something that an ordinary magic weapon could withstand. Even the shields made by several masters of the Deshang stage in the sect could not block it. What was the material of Yangqin's beheading immortal blade that it could take such a blow? This was made from the scabbard that contained Shan's sword chi. Yang Qin knew that his performance was a little shocking, so he explained to Elder Min in a soft voice. The matter of Shi Shanshan obtaining the sword Qi was not a secret in the high level of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and Yang Qin had no need to hide it. Scabbard. Elder Min's expression finally became a little better. This could be explained. Otherwise, a master of the Deshang stage of the Green Jade Immortal Island, in their own territory, was not as good as a junior of the Chunying Palace. That would be a shame. For Shi Shanshan, this disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Green Jade Immortal Island loved and hated her. The people who hated her were naturally the factions of Elder Bei and Lu Ziwei, but they have now been purged and suppressed, and they basically have no right to speak in the sect. The people who loved her were the Lord of Tantai, and Elder Min Shi Shanshan's aptitude for cultivation was excellent, especially after the marriage with Yang Qin in the later stage. The benefits that the Green Jade Immortal Island got were indescribable. It was a pity that such a disciple, they did not pay enough attention to her before, and even the internal suppression of the sect happened, which made Elder Min feel sorry for Shi Shanshan. This time, Shi Shanshan's retreat, in addition to absorbing the supreme pure Yang sword Qi. Another reason may be that she was a little ashamed of Yang Qin. At this point, Elder Min also felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing she could do about it. This disciple has always had her own opinions, and they did not care enough. Persuasion was basically ineffective. Since Elder Min was almost injured by the sword Qi, the Green Jade Immortal Island understood that this time, Shi Shanshan definitely had a big opportunity. That level of sword Qi, how could ordinary people imagine it? As long as they firmly hold on to Shi Shanshan, it was not impossible for the Green Jade Immortal Island to surpass the Taishaman in the future. The sect's high-level officials were happy and worried. They liked that the sect might become stronger and stronger because of Shi Shanshan, and they were worried that they could not get her understanding. Now that Yang Qin took the initiative to come, it also let the Green Jade Immortal Island see the opportunity to completely dispel the dissatisfaction in Shi Shanshan's heart. So Elder Min had to protect Yang Qin even if she was injured. Seeing that Yang Qin easily blocked Shi Shanshan's sword Qi, Elder Min had to admit that many people had underestimated Yang Qin's family. They were all in the Yuanying stage, but their combat power was no less than the masters of the Deshang stage. Even Elder Min suspected that if the great elder of the sect came forward, it was not known whether they could block Shi Shanshan's full-strength sword. Shi Shanshan has been in seclusion. Although the time of seclusion was deep, many reactions were no longer her subjective consciousness, but pure subconscious reactions. Just like she would attack outsiders who were close at any time, it has become an instinct of Shi Shanshan. She herself was still in seclusion. Yang Qin and Elder Min both understood this state, and they did not rashly disturb Shi Shanshan, but stopped after getting close to a certain point. Then Yang Qin began to explore his spiritual awareness and quietly spread it out. Little by little he began to stimulate Shi Shanshan, who was immersed in cultivation. In this process alone, Yang Qin lasted for more than 2 years. It also made Elder Min thoroughly understand how much Yang Qin cared for Shi Shanshan. Finally, under the constant stimulation of Yang Qin, Shi Shanshan noticed that there was a trace of discomfort outside, which gradually accumulated to the point where she had to wake up. After withdrawing the aura of her whole body, and even all the sword Qi into her body, Shi Shanshan ended her seclusion and stood up. Shi Shanshan's actions were under the attention of Yang Qin's spiritual awareness. As soon as Shi Shanshan ended her seclusion, Yang Qin and Elder Min came to her, suddenly seeing her husband. Even if Shi Shanshan had always been cold to people, she showed a smile in an instant, and then threw herself into her husband's arms. Elder Min was stunned again on the side. She did not expect that Shi Shanshan would lose her composure in front of Yang Qin. In this way, Elder Min was a little embarrassed, but she could not leave, so she could only cough softly and remind Yang Qin and Shi Shanshan that she was still next to them. Shi Shanshan's face was tender, and she immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly pushed Yang Chen away with a red face and greeted Elder Min. "How is the result of your seclusion?" Elder Min helped Sir Shanshan up and carefully looked at the cold and elegant female disciple of her sect and asked casually. At the same time, she did not forget to remind Sir Shanshan, "Yang Chen has been waiting for you for more than 2 years. Thank you for your care, Elder." Sir Shanshan replied politely, and at the same time, she gave Yang Chen a tender look. If it were not for Elder Min beside her, she would have had a heart-to-heart with Yang Chen. It's still a long way from fully absorbing the sword qi, but disciple can already control the sword qi and cut out 5 swords. Chapter 1310. If people who didn't know the depth heard this, it was estimated that they could directly despise Sir Shanshan to the bone. She could only send out 5 sword qi, and she dared to call herself a genius disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island? But whether it was Yang Chen who knew the details of the sword qi or Elder Min who had tasted the power of the sword qi, they would not think so. Although it was only 5 swords, both of them believed that if there were no special circumstances, these 5 swords would be sent out face to face, which meant that 5 lives had been taken. Whether it was a master of the Deshang stage or a great elder who had surpassed the Deshang stage, they could not escape this sword. Elder Min was able to escape from the sword qi, first because the distance was far away, and second because it was not an attack by Sir Shanshan when she was sober. Perhaps the only exception was Yang Chen, who had a scabbard. Speaking of this, even Elder Min Huafeng had to admit that Yang Chen, this younger generation junior, had never stopped bringing her surprises from beginning to end. After hundreds of years of retreat, Sir Shanshan's cultivation base had reached the late Yuanying stage, which was also a lot higher than Yang Chen. Among Yang Chen's women, Sir Shanshan should still be ranked first when it came to cultivation. In his previous life, Sir Shanshan's achievements were the greatest, and it was precisely because of this. Sir Shanshan would not go against any of Yang Chen's decisions now. Since Yang Chen found the supreme pure Yang sword qi for her, this was the case, not to mention that this time Yang Chen wanted to take her with him. Cultivating with her husband. Was there anything that Sir Shanshan was not happy about? The Green Jade Immortal Island was also very satisfied. Their own female disciple returned to Yang Chen's side, and looking at Yang Chen's attitude towards the Green Jade Immortal Island has not changed. The last time the Demon Seal formation was also taken care of, at least the Lord of Tantai and Elder Min were secretly relieved. Yang Chen did not stay in the Green Jade Immortal Island any longer, and went straight to the Blue Cloud sect with Sir Shanshan. In the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen was also received with a grand reception, and the sect master directly came forward to give Yang Chen enough face. Sun Qingshue's cultivation was different from Sir Shanshan's. Although she also used the blood phantom vine to hone her cultivation base, she was also refining the ultimate demonized vine, and she was awake the whole process and could actively control it. When Yang Chen came, she soon discovered it, and then she stopped cultivating and happily threw herself into Yang Chen's arms. After not seeing for 100 years, Sun Qingxue became more and more beautiful, and her cultivation base also easily entered the late Yuanying stage. After experiencing the experience of the demon continent and also experiencing the tempering of the blood phantom vine, Sun Qingshue's combat power was almost no less than some of the masters in the middle Deshang stage of the Blue Cloud sect, so that Elder Hua, as her master, simply liked her to the bone. The Blue Cloud sect also expressed great satisfaction with Yang Chen's coming to pick up Sun Qingxue. The high level, from Sect Master Lu to the Law Enforcement Hall Master, Elder Shi, to Sun Qingshue's Master, Elder Hua Wanting, were happy to see Yang Chen take Sun Qingxue to gain experience. Although there was more than one woman around Yang Chen, the Blue Cloud sect's high level firmly believed that Yang Chen still loved Sun Qingxue the most. After all, Sun Qingxue was the youngest, and she knew Yang Chen the earliest, wasn't it? When she returned to Chunyang Palace, 3 years had passed since Yang Chen left. Emo Chunmei spent these 3 years in Yang Chen's medicine garden. While recuperating her body, she studied more pharmacological knowledge. And at the same time, she also saw all kinds of rare medicinal materials and did not waste a bit. For such a long time, the 5 Revolutions Merit Body Refining Pill had fully exerted its medicinal effect. After all, Emo Chunmei had never cultivated, and it was the time when the medicinal effect was the best. When Yang Chen checked Emo Chunmei's acquired spirit root again in Chunying Palace, Missouri Chunmei had already shown an excellent qualification of more than 90 acquired fire spirit root. She was the most important successor of Yang Chen's alchemy skills. Yang Chen personally sent her to Ishio Villa to receive the education of Chunying Palace from the beginning. It couldn't be helped. This was the rule, and Yang Chen would not make an exception. But he had already taken Emo Chunmei to meet his 3 senior brothers and sisters, especially Hanamenyu. In the future, if Emo Chunmei wanted medicinal materials on the road of alchemy, she would have to rely on senior sister Hanamenyu. In the past few years, the women had also returned from their respective sect, and they had basically arranged the affairs of the sect. Especially Tao Junkie, this time when she entered Langya Well with Yang Chen had already explained that when she came out, she might already be on the verge of transcending the tribulation and ascending. Therefore, some things had to be settled in advance, so as not to be flustered in the future. Neither Shi Shanshan nor Sun Qingxue had seen the 7 new concubines of Yang Chen, but they had heard of their names. For the matter of Yang Chen's concubines, the 2 women's thoughts were the same as Gao Yu's. They only thought that the 7 concubines were to serve Yang Chen, and they never thought that they were competitors. In the face of the 2 official wives, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, who had never met before, the 7 girls did not dare to neglect them. Even if their cultivation was high, they also greeted their elder sisters as younger sisters. Speaking of which, Yang Chen seemed to have the lowest cultivation among the family, only at the middle stage of yuanying. However, the women around him were obedient to him. Looking at this scene in the eyes of others, it was unknown how many people envied Yang Chen's dogshit luck. So many beautiful geniuses of the big sect threw themselves into his arms. Why didn't he have such luck? The family stayed in the Chunying Palace for almost 10 years. During these 10 years, Emo Chunmei had successfully built the foundation and formally acknowledged a master. Under the guidance of Yang Chen, she began to practice the technique of fire control and alchemy. Everything was on the right track. The day of the opening of the Langya Well finally arrived. The Langya Well basically opened once every few hundred years, and almost every cultivator in the mortal world knew this. Every time it opened, countless cultivators would gather at the Langya Well, hoping to find some treasures in it. This time was no exception. As the day of the opening of the Langya Well approached, no less than 10,000 cultivators had gathered around the well, waiting to go in and try their luck. Although it was called the Langya Well, the real Langya Well was not just a well, but a huge lake. When the Langya Well opened, the lake would become a straight passage. No one knew how deep it was, and no one knew where it led. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the time in the well contained endless treasures. Who knew how many people had used their own experiences to prove this? Around the Langya Well, all the cultivators were waiting quietly, waiting for the moment when the moon was in the middle of the sky. At that time, the Langya Well would be completely opened. As long as everyone jumped into the big lake, they could easily enter the passage that led to an unknown place and enter the world of treasures. At this time, no one would stir up trouble. That would be making life difficult for everyone. What everyone could do was to wait quietly. As for killing, after going in, would there be no fear of not having a chance to kill? Chapter 1311. Among the tens of thousands of people waiting, a ship that looked like a high-level magic treasure was very eye-catching. Countless people were staring at the ship and paying attention to it, for fear of missing a good show. What everyone cared about was not the ship, but the people on it. On the ship, there were 11 women who could be said to be the most beautiful in the mortal world. Any one of them could make the fish sink, the birds fall, the flowers blush, and the moon shine to the soles of their feet. These 11 beautiful women were all on the same ship, and the most outrageous thing was that they were all the women of the same man. The man on the ship was, of course, the most famous and popular 5th-grade alchemy grandmaster in the mortal world, Yang-Chen. The family appeared around Langya, well, in a very high-profile manner. Like the tens of thousands of people waiting around, they were all waiting to enter Langya well to search for treasures. Unlike most of the people who were waiting nervously, Yang-Chen and his wives looked very comfortable. There was delicious food, wine, and fragrant tea on the ship. The women were either drinking tea, playing chess, painting, or snuggling in Yang-Chen's arms to accompany Yang-Chen to drink. It was really leisurely, and they did not look anxious at all. It seemed that Yang-Chen's family was very arrogant, but no one dared to get within a few dozen feet of the ship. Among the 11 beautiful women, any one of them was a genius disciple of the 5 major sects. Provoking any one of them was equivalent to provoking one of the 5 major sects. No one would be stupid enough to find themselves in such a situation. As countless people raised their heads in anticipation, the round moon finally slowly rose to the highest point. A clear beam of light shone directly onto the Langya well, as if it had come from the moon. The surface of the lake within a radius of 10 miles flickered with a dazzling white light, causing everyone who saw this scene to involuntarily close their eyes. The moment everyone closed their eyes, they seemed to hear an extremely faint sound. When they opened their eyes again, the Langya well had changed. The lake water was still lake water, and the height had not changed. However, the bottom of the lake, which should have been dark and full of silt, had now become a void. Everyone's eyes were able to see through the lake to the depths below, but they could not see the bottom. Before the Langya well opened, everyone was waiting for it to open. However, when the Langya well really opened and revealed the passageway, everyone hesitated. Everyone stood where they were, looking at each other in dismay. No one took the initiative to enter. At this time, what they lacked was a leader. Once someone took the lead and entered, there would immediately be a large number of people following suit. Unfortunately, this situation persisted for several dozen breaths of time, yet not a single person jumped out. What are they doing? Are you waiting for the Langya well to close? Yang-Chen's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the hundreds of people around. Following Yang-Chen's voice, the huge ship flew directly to the center of the lake and plunged into the lake. It easily passed through the lake and instantly disappeared into the dark passage. Follow Grandmaster Yang. As soon as the ship disappeared, at least a few hundred people immediately rushed into the lake. These people were from some big sects, and they had made up their minds to follow Yang-Chen. They did not want to fall behind at all. They had heard the story of Yang-Chen bringing his 7 beautiful concubines to search for immortal peaches through various channels. They also knew that Yang-Chen was well read. Although there were treasures in the Langya well, the chances of obtaining them were not high. Even if they could obtain them, they would not be able to compare to the value of the elixirs refined by Yang-Chen. However, Yang-Chen had actually brought his family in such a high-profile manner. He must have discovered something from some records. Just this point alone was enough to tempt many people. As long as they followed Yang-Chen, they would not have to worry about not having good things. With someone taking the lead, everyone behind immediately became nervous. If there were treasures inside, wouldn't the people who went in first benefit? Immediately, the remaining people no longer cared about anything else. One by one, they rushed into the lake, and their figures quickly disappeared into the passageway. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single person left by the lakeside that was originally a boiling cauldron of voices. The moon began to slowly sink, but it only lasted for less than half an incense stick of time. The white light on the lake quickly converged. After a slight sound, the lake returned to its original state. The bottom of the lake was still covered with silt. The passageway that had just appeared had completely disappeared. The ship kept descending, and Yang Qin and the women could clearly feel it. However, it was dark inside the passageway and they could not see anything. Even if they used their spiritual senses, they could not detect the surrounding situation more than 10 feet away. Once they entered the passageway, they would become blind. Yang Chen had already expected this, so no one in the family was worried. In fact, not only Yang Chen's family, but the people who followed behind were also not worried. This was just a passageway. If they fell to the bottom, they would naturally reach the place they wanted to go. They would not get hurt, and there would not be any accidents. This was the description of countless people who came out of the Langya well. All the 5 senses were useless. Apart from the continuous descent, even time seemed to have stopped. After an unknown period of time, the ship suddenly came to a halt. Then, everyone only felt that their eyes lit up and their bodies appeared in a bright world. This was a huge open space. The open space was very large, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The terrain was flat, and it was all plains. The ground was bare, and there was nothing growing on it. In the middle of the open space, there was a huge lake with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Their fortress ship was not far from the lake. After a while, no one else appeared beside the ship. Those people who rushed in with Yang Chen's family did not know where they were. It was certain that they must be around this huge lake, but the place was too big. Tens of thousands of people came in, and it was impossible for all of them to land in the same place. Only on a magic treasure like a ship would they fall together. Otherwise, it would be random and nobody would know where they would land. This was not strange. Everyone was just trying to familiarize themselves with the environment and then wait for the next step. The Langya well was just a passageway, and this was the other door after the passageway. To enter the core, to find the treasures, they needed to board the mysterious Langya crystal ship. From now on, the switch of killing was turned on. Those people who entered the Langya well would start to fight for the treasures in the following time. All the killings were actually for the sake of boarding the Langya crystal ship, or to snatch the magical treasures that could allow them to board the Langya crystal ship. For this opportunity, people were willing to pay with their lives. Chapter 1312. Grandmaster Yang's ship. Can it board the Langya crystal ship? In a mysterious space, more than a dozen people were discussing in a low voice. This was a space similar to a medicinal garden, carried by an expert and then carried several or even more people at the same time. However, although there was such a good thing, there were not many people who were truly trustworthy. There were only more than a dozen people here. No one dared to bring too many untrustworthy companions into this space. Once someone harbored ill intentions and boarded the Langya crystal ship, it could be their own death. Speaking of which, Yang Chen's family did not have to worry about this at all. In the end, they were still a family, right? I don't know. Someone immediately answered the question. In the weak water, no one can guarantee that any magical weapon will work. A ship-shaped magical weapon may not be suitable. Under this weak water, I don't know how many such magical weapons are submerged. The person who answered was not very sure, but everyone understood. There was no other way. There were many people who went out from the Langya well, but there were even more people who died here. Many people thought that their refined magical weapons could come and go freely in the weak water. But when they really came here, they found that it was just their wishful thinking. No one was willing to easily experiment. Once they failed, not only would they lose a magical weapon, they would also lose their own life. The huge lake in the Langya well looked normal. There were even fish swimming in it. But as long as one studied the legend of the Langya well, they would understand that the water under the lake was all the legendary weak water, a kind of water that could not carry anything. If it was just this, it would be simple. The key was that the Langya crystal ship, which was said to be full of treasures, was in the weak water. No one knew how such a magical weapon was made in the past, but it could float freely in the weak water. The weak water was said to be able to block all spiritual sense exploration, so that everything under the water could not be detected with spiritual sense, but could be seen with the naked eye. People could capture the shadow of the Langia crystal ship because they could see it. The huge lake with a radius of thousands of miles could almost be called an ocean. No one knew where the Langia crystal ship would appear. So what everyone had to do now was to find the whereabouts of the Langia crystal ship. At the same time, what he could do in passing was to reduce his competitors as much as possible. Above the lake was ordinary water. Gong, Suanling's ship, easily floated on the surface of the water and slowly moved towards the center of the lake. In addition to Yang Chen sitting in the cabin like a master, the other women each occupied a direction, staring at the movement underwater. The target of the ship was very obvious. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, at least a few groups of people had come over. Everyone had tacitly surrounded Yang Chen, seemingly wanting to follow Yang Chen to find the traces of the crystal ship. Yang Chen's well-read reputation had spread far and wide. Many people would rather believe that Yang Chen had found some detailed records about the Langia crystal ship and that there must be some very rare treasures, which was why he was thinking about the Langia well. Otherwise, a promising fifth-grade alchemist master, what he wanted, there was really no need for him to bring his family here to take the risk for something that was only worth a few spirit stones. Based on this premise, for the time being, no one would make a move on Yang Chen's family. Moreover, among the 12 members of Yang Chen's family, there were 7 masters of the Deshang stage, including Tao Junki, who was at the peak of the Deshang stage. Just this personal strength alone was enough to intimidate many people. This was not counting the sect behind the women. The 5 major sect of Tao sects were all here. As long as one had a little brain, no one would dare to offend so many super sect at the same time. But in other directions, it was not so peaceful. Entering the Langia well was only the first step. The next step was to find the Langia crystal ship. Some people with sharp eyes would find some shadows of ships underwater from time to time, thinking that they were lucky enough to find the Langia crystal ship. Later, as long as they showed a different behavior, they would be attacked by the people around them mercilessly. The lake, with a radius of 10,000 miles, was distributed with tens of thousands of people. Even if they were evenly distributed, there must be other people within a few hundred miles. A distance of 100 miles really couldn't stop the exploration of some masters' spiritual awareness. Therefore, several places were already bloody slaughterhouses. Everyone knew that boarding the Langia crystal ship early meant the greatest opportunity. No one was willing to let others find the crystal ship earlier than themselves, so fighting was inevitable. There are people underwater. Sun Qingxue climbed on the side of the ship, and next to her was Yang Chen, who was forcibly pulled out by her, who was sitting on the side and slowly sipping tea. Sun Qingxue's pair of feet were swinging around Yang Chen, but her eyes were staring at the water outside the ship. When she found someone's shadow, she immediately screamed. As soon as Sun Qingxue screamed, the rest of the women immediately gathered and looked down carefully. Soon, the women found that there seemed to be people underwater, and there was more than one. No need to look, it's all corpses. Yang Chen didn't poke his head at all, as if everything was under his control, and lightly explained. In the weak water, the corpses will not rot for many years. It's not known how many years they have been dead. It was too normal to die in the Langia well. Yang Chen would not have any sympathy for these people. The path was chosen by themselves. No one forced them to come in. Since they came in, they must be prepared to die. Of course, this mentality did not include Yang Chen himself and his wives. The water here was really clear, and one could almost see the bottom of the lake at a glance. No one knew how deep it was. Anyway, no one dared to try it easily. The ship of Yang Chen's family was like an ordinary fishing boat, slowly sailing in one direction. After a long time, they had only sailed a few hundred miles. Yang Chen's family, especially Yang Chen, did not have an anxious expression at all, except for the women who were still staring at the bottom of the ship at the beginning. Now they were sitting on the deck and doing what they should do. Only Sun Qingxue was still staring at the bottom of the water. How long will it take to follow them like this? The people who were secretly tracking Yang Chen's family finally lost their patience. Seeing that many people had rushed to the center of the lake, they had only walked a few hundred miles. Everyone knew that the center must have a better chance than the edge. Now, even if there was a chance, it would be delayed by them. Anyway, we have already come here. There is no way to go to heaven and no door to the earth. Why do we have to be so secretive? The people who lost their patience began to rage. Is it not the same to do it earlier or later? Let's do it. Chapter 13:13. As if it was planned, figures appeared in all directions around the ship. At first, there were only a dozen people, but as they slowly approached, the number became hundreds. Among the people who surrounded them, there were Yuanying stage masters, but more masters of the Desheng stage. The cultivation of Yang Chen's family has never been concealed to the outside world. If they wanted to target them, naturally there must be enough masters of the Desheng stage. Now it seemed that these people were well prepared. Master Yang, a straightforward person, doesn't beat around the bush. There were at least 30 people in the direction of the bow. A master of the late Desheng stage came out of the crowd and shouted towards this side. We all know that Master Yang is well-read and must know about the Langya crystal ship. We will not go too far. As long as the master tells the secret of the Langya crystal ship, we will turn around and leave, and will never embarrass the master's family. The voice of this master of the Desheng stage spread far away. Not only Yang Chen's family, but also those around him heard it clearly. His words seemed to be agreed by the people around him, and they all stopped and waited for Yang Chen's reply. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen. Of course, there were 11 pairs of beautiful eyes that were staring at Yang Chen from a close distance, looking at Yang Chen. It was not only the outsiders who were puzzled. Even Yang Chen's wives and concubines did not know Yang Chen's specific plan this time. Do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it? Unexpectedly, Yang Chen just smiled and asked his wives and concubines around him, and then explained a little. My life-flying sword also needs to be sharpened, and they can barely make it. Yang Chen's voice was not high, but what was the cultivation base of the guys around him? How could they not hear it? Yang Chen's attitude simply did not put them in his eyes at all. This was the extent of his arrogance, wasn't it? If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? Husband, you drink tea first. Before everyone could react, a figure had already rushed out first. The figure had already rushed out 100 feet away, and the voice floated over from afar. It was the cold plum, Fairy Shi Shanshan. Shi Shanshan has been in the eye of the sea for years to refine the supreme pure yang, sword qi. Needless to say, she suffered a lot, especially before the retreat. The sect was also involved in the attack on Chunying Palace. Although it was not the intention of the sect's senior management, it still made Shi Shanshan very unhappy. The accumulation of unhappiness before and after, even if the experience of the demon continent could suppress this kind of negative emotion, Shi Shanshan would inevitably have some depression and needed to vent completely. It was impossible for Shi Shanshan to vent her anger on Yang Chen and his new concubine. These guys in front of her were just targets sent to her door. The great master who had just spoken was also the leader of their group. Although his cultivation base was only in the late Desheng stage, he had rich combat experience, and he believed that he had cultivated a brilliant cultivation method. His fighting strength was not inferior to Tao Junkie, who was in the peak Desheng stage. This was also the reason why he dared to come forward to confront Yang Chen's family. Seeing Shi Shanshan flying directly towards him, the face of the late Desheng stage master showed a grin. Without waiting for Shi Shanshan's figure to approach, his cold voice had already spread around. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Humph, Master Yang, the cold plum fairy's cultivation is endless. I am not a person who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. His slightly threatening tone was directly interrupted by a sound that came from his own throat. Before anyone could react to what had happened, the expert's body suddenly exploded. Boom! The master directly burst into a bloody rain, flying in the air. Even the fragments that were more than the size of a hair did not leave behind. It completely turned into a bloody fine powder. The companions of the master did not know what happened at all. Things happened too fast. Except for Yang Qin and Shi Shanshan, even Gao Yu did not expect it. Shi Shanshan's figure had already turned in another direction, but the bloody rain had not yet completely exploded. When all the debris began to fall down, there was another explosion in the other direction. It was also a red blood rain that exploded. This time, everyone was almost going crazy. It was also a master of the late Deshang stage, but he was killed by a junior in the late Yuanying stage, and everyone did not see what method Shi Shanshan used. Fear has climbed into everyone's heart. The cold plum fairy has not been outside for a long time, so many people have forgotten the name of the cold plum fairy. Even if some old guys usually despise the cold plum fairy because of the power of the sect, at this moment they have to be careful and alert, lest they become the next one. The third master's body exploded again. He even sacrificed his own magic weapon and powerful protective magic weapon. But the result did not change at all. Following closely behind, there were two bursts of blood mist in the other two directions. Shi Shanshan's body, like a high-speed arrow, flew back to the ship in an instant. Around the ship, there were already 5 masters who paid the price of their lives. Of course, it was not only that, it may be more appropriate to describe it with no bones left. 1 out and 1 in. The rabbit rose and the falcon fell. It was clean and neat, making people stunned. I'm cool, it's your turn. With the cold words of Shi Shanshan, Shi Shanshan's figure directly fell into the arms of Yang Qin. Yang Qin seemed to have a tacit understanding with her. He reached out and held Shi Shanshan's slender waist, and the other hand had already put a cup of freshly brewed fragrant tea in her mouth. Just brewed. The heat is just right. Others looked at this scene and only felt cold all over. Shi Shanshan looked powerful, but Yang Qin could perceive the slight tremor of her muscles under the surface of her body. The big hand that held Shi Shanshan's slender waist quietly put in a spiritual power to help Shi Shanshan suppress her blood and chi because she used 5 sword chis at once. Sister Shanshan is so powerful. San Qingxue, the little girl, shouted as if the world was not in chaos. Then her body also seemed to cooperate with Shi Shanshan's words just now, and she shot out like lightning. When she was in the air, her life-flying sword had already flown out of her body and flew towards the group of people closest to her. Immediately after that, Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and the Morong sisters flew out. Shi Shanshan's move shocked them, especially when Shi Shanshan was only in the late Yuanying stage. Was she so powerful after experiencing the experience of the demon continent? She was in the Deshang stage. She couldn't lose to Shi Shanshan, who was the elder sister according to the family, but according to the seniority and cultivation of the sect, she could only be regarded as the wife of Yang Qin, right? Chapter 13-14. In the eyes of those who surrounded Yang Qin's family, from the moment Shi Shanshan rushed out, they fell into the abyss of fear. 5 masters with almost the strongest cultivation base were killed by Shi Shanshan in an instant. Before they were really ready to fight back, the sudden appearance of 7 iron-winged eagles at the peak Deshang stage directly made their courage fall to the lowest. No one knew how these 7 iron-winged eagles appeared, but one thing was certain, they were by no means on their side. Because on the back of the 7 iron-winged eagles, there was a woman riding on top of Yang Qin, flying towards the outer circle. Yes, that's right, their goal was the outermost periphery, to counter-encircle these guys who jumped out. With the speed of the iron-winged eagles, launched at this distance, there was still no master who could escape their pursuit. At this point, not to mention these guys who did not know the situation, even Yang Qin did not dare to say that he could surpass the speed of the iron-winged eagles by driving the shuttle. Natural high-speed birds had such a talent that sometimes made people desperate. After so many years, the 7 girls and their monster pets could be said to be familiar with each other. The 7 iron-winged eagles, under the communication and command of them using the beast-controlling secret art taught by Yangqin, were simply an extension of their own bodies. When it was determined that these enemies could no longer escape, the 7 girls turned around and came back. Those who originally surrounded Yang Chen's family would never think that they would be surrounded by Yang Chen. In this case, in addition to going down into the lake to face the weak water, there was no way for them to escape, whether from the surroundings or from the sky. Behind them, the iron-winged eagle and the 7 women had already begun their ferocious slaughter. At this moment, the fellows who were surrounded were like birds in a cage. The strongest few had already been killed at the very beginning, and the remaining fellows could only stretch out their necks to be slaughtered. A cornered dog jumping over a wall. Needless to say, they were all masters of the Yuanying and Deshang stage. In the face of such a situation, everyone understood that it was impossible to be good. There was no other way but to go out with all their might. Now that they were surrounded by the 7 girls and the iron-winged eagle, everyone's attention immediately shifted to the innermost part of the circle. Everyone admitted that Shi Shanshan was ferocious. However, she was currently curled up in Yang Chen's arms, and her body began to tremble. When they saw this, how could those people not understand that Shi Shanshan had surely utilized some sort of technique that exceeded her current cultivation to cause this to happen? From the looks of it, she didn't seem to have the ability to fight anymore. Yang Chen had always been a 5th grade alchemy master with the title of an alchemy grandmaster. No one had heard of how strong Yang Chen's reputation was in battle. As for Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, relatively speaking, in addition to their beautiful reputation, they were famous because they were Yang Chen's wives. They did not have a real fierce reputation. The only thing to consider may be Sun Qingxue, the disciple of Elder Hua of the Blue Cloud sect, who did not seem to be a soft persimmon. However, compared with the 7 peak Deshang stage iron-winged eagles and the 7 Deshang stage female masters, Yang Qin and his 4 wives in the circle were all in the Yuanying stage. Shi Shanshan and Yang Qin could be ignored. The strongest one seemed to be Gong Sunling, who was in the peak Yuanying stage. It was easier to deal with them than to deal with the outside. In a hurry, many people would lose their judgment and would only use the most basic common sense to guess certain results. From this point of view, the enemies who surrounded Yang Qin did choose a good direction to break the enemy. As long as they could control any one of the women, Yang Chen would yield, which was beyond doubt. Maybe they could also control Yang Qin, which would be even more perfect. More than a dozen masters in the inner circle rushed up first. Sun Qingxue had already taken the initiative to rush into the crowd and was immediately surrounded by 5 or 6 people. Who would let go of such a good opportunity? To everyone's surprise, so many people did not encounter any obstacles and set foot on the deck of the ship. At this moment, Gong Sunling, who had the strongest cultivation base, was actually holding a dish that she didn't know where it came from. She was putting it on the jade table in front of Yang Qin. Her eyes did not even look at these people who rushed up. "Your opponent is me." Gao Yu's gentle voice came into everyone's ears softly and quietly, and then the people who rushed to the ship felt their breath stagnant. They didn't know why. Their bodies seemed to be completely affected, and even the spiritual power that had been mobilized in the past seemed to be stagnant a lot. This feeling was as if someone had suddenly put an invisible shackle on his body. It was abnormally uncomfortable. In this case, it was already a blessing to be able to exert half of their combat effectiveness. To use a bad description, it was as if they suddenly fell from the realm of the Deshang stage to the Yuanying stage. In fact, this was also the case. Gao Yu, who had absorbed the qi of the human emperor, and later absorbed the qi of the monster emperor, demon emperor, and immortal emperor. When the emperor's qi came out, the effect was to knock down the enemies in the circle by a big realm. The enemies of the Deshang stage were directly equivalent to becoming the Yuanying stage. At present, there was basically no way to resist. Amidst the horror and horror of the enemies, Gao Yu smiled and took out 2 flying swords, one red and one green. She held them in her hands and walked toward the guys who still didn't understand what was going on. 2 peculiarly shaped flying swords with dragon horns on them. The group of enemies had no idea what material they were made of. In addition to being able to judge that it must be very advanced, there was no other cognition. However, when Gao Yu's flying sword came down, they still knew how to resist. Chi-chi, 2 extremely slight sounds sounded after Gao Yu's flying sword touched the 2 enemies. The figures of the 2 enemies who had sacrificed their flying swords to resist suddenly stopped in place, maintaining the previous movement of controlling the sword with the sword gesture, and did not move. Only the flying sword in the air seemed to suddenly lose control and fell. Clang! The 2 falling flying swords fell to the ground and suddenly turned into 4 pieces. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror. At the same time, 2 thin red lines suddenly appeared on the 2 bodies that stayed in place. In a blink of an eye, the red lines became more and more obvious and thicker, and then the 2 bodies suddenly separated on both sides and turned into 4 pieces. The rest were almost scared out of their wits. Gao Yu actually killed their 2 companions with a flying sword. How was this possible? Wasn't she just a junior in the late Yuanying stage? Yang Qin, it's really more enjoyable for you to use the sword like this. Gao Yu had a smile on her face, and there was no disgusting expression on her face that she had just killed 2 people. Instead, she was talking to Yang Qin about the sword technique with great interest. Chapter 13:15. You're so annoying. Sister, do you want hubby to look at these corpses and drink wine? Before Yang Qin could speak, Gong Sunling had already stomped her feet and complained, I carefully prepared a small banquet for hubby. Gong Sunling, who was complaining, was suddenly held in his arms by Yang Chen's other hand. He laughed and kissed her on the cheek. Suddenly, she became much more well-behaved. She stopped talking and immediately took out a wine pot and a jade cup from nowhere. After filling it up, she sent it to Yang Chen's mouth with her delicate hand. The head is the wine, how comfortable. Yang Chen's heroic voice sounded, and then he drank the wine in Gong Sunling's cup. Then Gong Sunling picked up another dish and sent it to Yang Chen's mouth. In front of the enemy, Yang Chen held his wife in one hand. It was not an exaggeration to say that he enjoyed it as if there was no one else around. However, for Yang Chen's enemies, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling's actions were a clear and unmistakable announcement that they were not taken seriously at all. Turning a blind eye? Was there anything more insulting than this? While Yang Chen was drinking and eating, another enemy's head had already flown up, and at the same time it was accompanied by his life source magic weapon that became 2 halves. Everyone began to notice the horror of the 2 flying swords in Gao Yu's hands. No matter what kind of magic weapon the opponent used, as long as it came into contact with Gao Yu's sword, it would be easily cut in half. At least so far, there had been no accidents. When Gao Yu and Gong Sunling went out to practice, they rarely let others see their natal magic weapons. The enemies had studied the people around Yangqin, but most of their attention was attracted by Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan. They could not help but look down on Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, 2 women who were only born in Chunyang Palace. It couldn't be helped. Not being born in a big sect was a disadvantage. Everyone's first impression was that they were in a favorable position to marry Yangqin. That was all. As for how strong their combat power was, it had never been included in the scope of attention. You can only kill 5 of them. While the battle was intense, Shi Shanshan had already recovered. Her body was no longer trembling, but she could not continue to attack for the time being. However, she was not willing to show weakness and be surpassed by the girls. She immediately shouted at the girls. 5 it is. Gao Yu said loudly, and the sword in her hand had already cut another enemy. She had just killed 3 of them and was experiencing a feeling that was completely different from killing with a flying sword. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with Shi Shanshan's words. Sun Qingxue, who charged into the crowd, did something completely different. Behind her flying sword, there was a very strange, soft, and flexible rattan, connecting her with the flying sword. This also made her method of waving the sword different from the flying sword, and different from Yang Chen's hand holding the hilt of the sword. The rattan was like the extended arm of Sun Qingxue. It was light and flexible, making it impossible to guard against. This rattan was simply the blue jade blood demon vine seed that Yang Qin gave her. After it was bred, it was added with the effect of refining the ultimate demonized demon vine, and it was barely regarded as the blue jade blood demon vine. After so many years of refining, it had become another means of her flying sword. At this time, it was just the right time to take it out and try its power on these people. Just for a while, Sun Qingxue's flying sword had penetrated the chests of 2 masters of the early Desheng stage and was circling to the head of the 3rd enemy. Humph! Then I can only take advantage of Sisterling. Hearing the words of Shi Shanshan and Gao Yu, Sun Qingxue seemed a little unconvinced, but she would never fight against Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan, so she could only make such a complaint. Then she directed the blue jade blood demon vine to break the neck of the 3rd enemy and sucked up his whole body's blood. But the flying sword had already fallen on the head of the 4th enemy. The 7 girls on the periphery were having a good time, and suddenly heard the words of Shi Shanshan and Gao Yu, and of course they also heard the words of Gong Sunling, although they didn't understand what it meant to take advantage of Gong Sunling, since Gao Yu, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue only killed 5, then they naturally couldn't kill more. Gao Yu and the others were wives, they were concubines, and they couldn't call them sister. Of course, the 7 girls have never seen the real power of the 4 women, and this time they saw the tip of the iceberg. The situation of Shi Shanshan killing 5 masters surprised them, but Gao Yu easily killing 5 people on the deck of the ship also shocked them, and at the same time they were puzzled. For the first time, they saw Gao Yu's flying sword, which was really an eye-opener. Relatively speaking, Sun Qingxue's performance was a bit of a regular feeling, except for the strange blue jade blood demon vine, which was somewhat confusing. Other places seemed to be normal. Of course, there were also abnormal situations. Sun Qingxue was only in the late Yuanying stage, but the masters she killed were all Desheng stage masters. Gong Sunling hasn't started yet, but the 7 girls have already admired the 3 women from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they were able to kill masters in the past, they could only kill them one-on-one, one against many. It was simply impossible. But the situation in front of them was that the 3 women killed the masters of the Desheng stage as if they were taking things out of their pocket, which was unbelievable. While admiring, the 7 girls also stopped immediately. Strictly speaking, the number of kills each of them had exceeded 5, but if they counted the iron-winged eagle, it was just not enough, which barely exceeded the requirements of Shi Shanshan. It can't be said that it's cheap for me. The 7 girls stopped here, and Gong Sunling had already got up from Yang Chen's arms, stood up, and said after Sun Qingxue's words, "It's very troublesome to condense the spiritual power, but also to refine and purify it. There are a lot of things." The guys who had just surrounded Yang Chen's family were now only half left. The rest of them were also a little scared. In front of Yang Chen's family, they were simply lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and there was no room for resistance. This was still the case where Yang Chen had not made a move yet. They really didn't know what would happen if Yang Chen also made a move. The 7 girls were still wondering what Gong Sunling meant by condensing the spiritual power and refining it, but Gong Sunling had already made a move. In the puzzled eyes of the 7 girls, Gong Sunling seemed to have done nothing, but the girls felt that the scene in front of them had changed dramatically. The remaining guys suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Before killing, "You didn't say anything, that's not good." The doubts of the 7 girls haven't been answered yet, and Yang Chen's voice has sounded like an order in the future. Before killing, you have to say it clearly. At least you have to say a sentence. Which sentence do you want to say? Shi Shanshan did not get up in Yang Chen's arms, and asked with a smile at this time. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Chapter 13:16. After flirting with the girls, Yang Chen sat quietly on the ship again and slowly tasted the wine and wandered around. Anyway, the place where the Lang Ye crystal ship appeared was not fixed. No one knew where it would appear. Wandering like this, he might be able to get lucky. Even if he couldn't get it, it didn't matter. When the Lang Ye crystal ship appeared, the weather would be very abnormal. Everyone could notice it, and they would never miss it. Moreover, the Lang Ye crystal ship existed for a long time after it appeared. Even if it was thousands of miles away, there was enough time to rush over, so there was no hurry. Now everyone had to guard against some guys who intended to take advantage of the situation or eradicate competitors in advance. The batch just now had been killed, but no one could guarantee that there would not be any more. Wealth moved people's hearts, not to mention it was a cultivation treasure, wasn't it? Everyone happily began to divide up the chinkuan bags in their hands. Those who could come in were all guys with some family background. Each of the girls was given a few chinkuan bags, and all of them were beaming with joy. Anyone would be happy to get a lot of wealth out of thin air. In addition to being happy, Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters were shocked by the combat effectiveness of Yang Chen's 4 wives. The 4 fairies of the cold plum blossom, Shui Wu, Baixia, and Lu Yun, had a husband, which was already a beautiful story among the cultivators. But in the eyes of Fairy Junki, Fairy Qingmu, and Fairy Murong, the 4 fairies were not so convincing. In particular, the 4 women were only in the yuanying stage, but they could be Yang Chen's wives, but they could only be concubines. Originally, they thought that although the 4 women were famous, even if they had experienced the experience of the demon continent, they would at most have the combat effectiveness of the peak yuanying stage. This was also an important reason why the 7 girls could raise their heads in front of the 4 women. Even if they should maintain respect for Gao Yu and the others in etiquette, they had their own reasons to be proud in terms of strength. However, the scene just now gave the 7 women a huge fright. The cold plum blossom fairy of the late yuanying stage killed 5 of the most powerful ones, and then Sun Qingxue and Gao Yu all showed their combat effectiveness that was no less than that of the cold plum blossom fairy. And the last move of Gong Sunling was even more shocking. With a wave of his hand, dozens of Deshang stage masters disappeared without a trace. How powerful was this? Even if the 7 girls put together, it would be impossible for them to do it as easily as Gong Sunling. Each of the 4 women displayed their skills, and each of them made people feel fearful. Apart from Sun Qingxue's magic treasure, which looked slightly normal, everyone else was a shocking miracle. Even the strange vine that Sun Qingxue used to control the flying sword had an indescribable mystery to it. As for Gao Yu's shocking aura and the situation where the 7 girls found that their cultivation was suppressed, they couldn't help but believe in this big sister. That kind of aura in front of her. All the girls should bow their heads and call her big sister. Speaking of which, Gao Yu, Shi Shanshan, and the other 3 girls seemed to be accustomed to all kinds of strangeness in the battle, which could only mean that they already knew each other very well. At this point, the 7 girls seemed to have not yet integrated into this circle. At least they didn't understand how Gao Yu did it. Could it be that this was the benefit of experiencing the demon continent experience? None of the 7 girls had been to the demon continent, so they didn't dare to guess. Yang Chen and the 4 girls who had been to the demon continent didn't talk about the demon continent, which made the 7 girls curious and a little disappointed. In general, Gao Yu and the others have completely shown that their combat effectiveness is no less than that of Tao Junki, and even better, the 7 women also felt that invisible pressure. A high realm did not mean everything. The little pride they had before had also disappeared without a trace, and the way they looked at the 4 wives had also changed a little. Perhaps in the battle just now, the aura released by so many iron-winged eagles was too frightening, so that there was no one with bad intentions in this direction. Even if someone noticed the movement here from a distance, they hurriedly avoided it from 100 miles away, and no one came to die. The brief calm was not like this everywhere. Except for the ship within 100 miles where Yang Chen's family was, it seemed that everyone had been triggered, and there were crazy battles everywhere. Almost all those who could enter the Langya well were masters above the nascent soul stage, and their movements were naturally not small. However, for Yang Chen's family, there was no reason for them to fight. Everyone just sat on the ship and was busy with their own affairs. "Husband, how do we get on the ship?" Feeling those people fighting in the distance, Shi Wushuang asked curiously. Sister Gongsuan's ship may not be able to catch up with the Langya crystal ship. Yang Chen just told them to enter the Langya well and board the Langya crystal ship, but he never said how to do it, which made the girls very curious. No one understood where Yang Chen's confidence came from. After wondering for a long time, Shi Wushuang finally asked. Relatively speaking, Gao Yugong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue had a kind of blind trust in Yang Chen, while the 7 girls who later became a family had relatively less. Even if Yang Chen didn't say it, they had already made their own preparations. They had refined some things according to the records of the sect, and were ready to use them at any time. There were many legends about the Langya crystal ship, and all the major sect had records of it. Therefore, the girls could conclude that it was impossible to board the Langya crystal ship with Gong Sunling's ship. Shi Wushuang had asked this question out of character. She was good at strategizing, so she liked to think things through in advance. She didn't want to be confused, like she was now. Yang Chen knew Fairy Qing Mu's character, so he didn't blame her for doubting his actions. To put it bluntly, Shi Wushuang was also worried about everyone's safety, but she didn't know enough about Yang Chen, so she didn't have complete confidence in him. After all, Yang Chen's cultivation was the lowest among them, and the 7 girls had not seen Yang Chen's true strength. Of course not. Husband, I've prepared something else. Yang Chen replied quickly. Soon the Langya crystal ship would appear, so there was nothing to hide. In fact, if Shi Wushuang had asked earlier, Yang Chen wouldn't have hidden it either. While they were talking, a violent aura suddenly burst out from the far right side of the ship. Then a white light shot into the sky, like a towering pillar on the surface of the water. Langya crystal ship. As soon as this berserk aura appeared, countless people stopped fighting and looked in that direction. After being stunned for a moment, they all rushed in that direction crazily. Chapter 1317. The direction in which the white light appeared was, of course, the target of their trip, the Langya crystal ship. The Langya crystal ship would appear within a few hours after the Langya well closed. The timing was just right, and it was completely in line with the legend. Everyone flew in that direction and used all kinds of methods. They were afraid that if they were too slow, they would not be able to board the Langya crystal ship. If that happened, they could only be trapped in this vast space. If they were lucky, they might be able to wait until the Langya well opened again. If they were unlucky, they could only wait for death. Gong Sunling's ship did not wait for Yang Chen's order. It turned around and flew in that direction. However, under Yang Chen's special instructions, the ship did not move too fast. It maintained a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. It would not be the first to arrive, nor the last to arrive. Husband. This time, it was Tao Junkie who spoke. Fairy Junkie was born among the Taishamen. Her personality was sometimes similar to that of the Taishamen. Seeing that the opportunity was right in front of their eyes, they did not use it. She was a little puzzled. Wasn't it better to be the first to arrive? Shouldn't the first to arrive get the most benefits? No hurry. Yang Chen gave Tao Junkie a calm answer. Rumors are rumors, after all. No one knows the real situation inside. Let's go and take a look first. Good things don't come first. The one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. This was a safe method. In the current situation, even if they got the good things first, they might not be able to rest easy. None of the people who came in were easy to deal with. It was a common thing for people to swarm and kill others to snatch their treasures in the Langya well. At this time, whoever got something first would be the target of everyone. In Tao Junkie's mind, she would naturally get it herself. Then, she would strut around and show off the signboard of the Tashman. Naturally, all evil people would be scared away. It could be said that for a long time, Tao Junkie's way of doing things had been like this. In contrast, Yang Chen's safe method was very conservative and not proactive enough. Tao Junkie still wanted to say something, but Shi Wushuang quietly pulled Tao Junkie's clothes and said, "Sister, we will stay in there for at least tens or hundreds of years. We are not in a hurry." Fairy Junkie was not a fool, but because of her style of doing things, Tao Junkie immediately understood what Shi Wushuang meant. With so much time, there was really no need to argue for a while. We came here to find something and also to find a place where no one will disturb us so we can concentrate on our cultivation. Yang Qin didn't express his dissatisfaction with Tao Junkie's way of doing things. He just slowly explained, "I really need this kind of thing, but I don't want to be separated from you, so I can only come in as a family. As for the good stuff in the Langia crystal ship, your husband really doesn't care." To be honest, Yang Chen wasn't lying when he said that he didn't care about the things here. At least even Tao Junkie knew that Yang Chen could use the 4C's mysterious coral liquid to bathe them. In addition, the good things obtained by the Zhao family manor were simply innumerable. The treasures of a family for tens of thousands of years, or even longer, were all cheap for Yang Chen's family. No matter how good the good things in this Langia well were, it was at best another Zhao family manor. It was really not worth Yang Chen's heart. After understanding this point, the women's mood also calmed down. Everyone also understood why Yang Chen had to come to the Langia well. Since he was just looking for something, there was really no need to panic like others. What is my husband looking for? Sun Qingxue was the youngest among all of them. At this time, she jumped out and asked curiously. Not only Sun Qingxue, but the other women were waiting to listen. They all wanted to know what Yang Qin wanted. 7th grade fire seed, pure true fire. For his own wives and concubines, Yang Qin had nothing to hide. When he came to this place, there was no need to hide, and he directly stated his purpose. Is there a 7th grade pure true fire in the Langia crystal ship? Shi Wushuang's brows frowned and said with some uncertainty, according to the legends of those who went out alive in the past, there seems to be no aura of fire. Husband, is there a mistake in the information? The reason why the Langia well was named Langia well, in addition to the passage resembling the mouth of the well, there was another important reason. This was an area dominated by water attributes. Almost all the things that those people got were of water attributes. It was indeed very strange for a 7th grade fire seed to appear in such a place. Shi Wushuang couldn't help but doubt that water and fire were incompatible. A place with a complete water attribute suddenly had a 7th grade fire seed. The opposing aura would definitely be noticed by everyone. It was impossible for everyone to not feel it at all. The only explanation was that there was no true fire here, and the information Yang Qin got was wrong. The news was given by Big Brother Li Cheng. There should be no problem. Yang Chen explained with a smile. If it was so easy to be found, then it would not be our turn to come in and find it. It would have been taken by others. Hearing the news from Li Cheng, Yang Chen's wives and concubines all no longer doubted anything. Whether it was the 4 wives' understanding of Li Cheng in the Demon Continent, or the 7 concubines who got the gift from the Pique de Shang stage Iron-Winged Eagle, all the women had a kind of admiration for Li Cheng that he seemed omnipotent. Since he said that he must not be lying to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was famous for collecting fire seeds. Almost all the pill recipes and secret sales were first accepted by the fire seeds, and then accepted the spirit stones. In particular, the 7th grade pure true fire, which was emphasized when he sold the secret of the 5th grade alchemist master, must be extremely important to Yang Chen. Of course, the women were happy to be able to find the fire seeds that his husband urgently needed. Of course, this reason also explained why Yang Qin was not in a hurry. It was not that he was afraid of becoming the target of public criticism at all. It was simply because collecting the 7th grade fire seed was not a matter of a short time. Even if someone got it first, at most they could only see it. It was impossible to get it at all. As long as Yang Qin could arrive before the other party had completely collected it. When it came to playing with fire, all the wives and concubines of Yang Qin believed that no one in this world could be better than Yang Qin. The speed of the ship was not fast, so it was mixed in a group of cultivators who were in a hurry. At this time, people obviously didn't care about killing each other. It was important to board the ship first. The final fight was still after boarding the ship. It was not too late to start after seeing the real treasure. Now it was just an appetizer. In less than half a day, the cultivators arrived at the location and concentrated in the area of a few miles around the light beam. Everyone stared cautiously at the flat-bottomed ship that shone with silver light under the light beam as if it was plated with a layer of crystal stone, and their eyes were burning. Chapter 1318. The Lang Ye Crystal Ship. Everyone who saw this flat-bottomed ship had the same thought in their minds. Their destination, or their temporary destination, was this Lang Ye Crystal Ship. No one knew how the Lang Ye Crystal Ship appeared, and no one knew where the Lang Ye Crystal Ship originally was. Everyone only knew that the ship suddenly appeared here, and then caused a burst of heaven and earth phenomenon. Everyone was attracted by the pillar of light and the eruption of momentum. As for the people who originally stayed in this area, no one knew what the result was. The huge Lang Ye Crystal Ship was nearly 1,000 feet long, and its surface was shining brightly, almost impossible to look at directly. If it weren't for the fact that they were surrounded by cultivators, they would have gone blind just by staring at the Lang Ye Crystal Ship. Of course, in everyone's eyes, besides the shining Lang Ye Crystal Ship, the focus of everyone's attention was the nearly 1 mile of dark space around the crystal ship. This seemingly pitch-black, lifeless space. Even the water around the crystal ship was cleanly repelled. It seemed to be empty, but everybody knew that this dark space was the biggest obstacle to boarding the crystal ship. According to everyone's vision, the crystal ship should be several hundred feet underwater, so it was normal for it to repel water. But no one knew how deep the weak water was, so no one dared to take the risk to board the ship. The appearance of the shining crystal ship was too tempting. Finally, after a moment, someone could not help but be impatient and began to take action. There were too many legends left by the survivors outside the Lang Ye Crystal Ship. Almost everyone here knew how to board the ship. Everyone had made thorough preparations outside, waiting for the arrival of this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From several directions, dozens of different kinds of long ropes appeared. The long ropes flashed with various colors of light, one by one, some fast, some slow. They all flew towards the Lang Ye Crystal Ship. When they approached the Lang Ye Crystal Ship, all the long ropes were either hooked or glued, firmly fixed on the surface of the crystal ship. These long ropes, without exception, were carefully refined, and there were all kinds of materials. There were spider silk, and even some metal wires, or some kind of thick rope made of hair. All the long ropes had a common characteristic, and that was they were sturdy. If it was not sturdy enough, it would be impossible to board the Lang Ye Crystal Ship with the help of the long rope. The long ropes were successfully attached to the crystal ship. Before the group of people could rejoice, a few of the long ropes suddenly snapped in the middle. In the dark space, there seemed to be countless invisible blades slashing at the long ropes in a frenzy. Those that were not sturdy enough were directly cut off. How could this be? In the quiet space, a miserable cry suddenly rang out. It was the owner of one of the long ropes. They had painstakingly prepared for over 100 years, only to end up like this. Without the rope, there was no hope of boarding the ship, and they could only wait for death here. Cultivators all had hearts of stone. Everyone watched helplessly as those people fell into such a situation, but no one said anything. They didn't even look at them with sympathy. No one forced them to enter the Lang Ye well and fall into this predicament. To be honest, they had to be mentally prepared for this from the beginning. In addition, apart from a few people, no one was sure that they could board the Langia crystal ship. They might end up in the same situation later. So how could they have the time to sympathize with others? Those people whose ropes were still very sturdy had already begun to board the ship excitedly. A few long ropes that had been refined were tied to the other end in a very sturdy way. Then they began to shrink. A few figures entered the dark space and flew quickly towards the Langia crystal ship. Those with sharp eyes had already discovered that in just a short while those long ropes seemed to be modeled, as if they had been there for many years. Those who had already rushed out desperately accelerated, hoping that they could bring themselves to the Langia crystal ship before something happened to the long ropes. However, just as they were halfway through the journey, a dozen or so long ropes that were in the middle of shrinking suddenly broke into several pieces. A dozen or so figures suddenly let out a few uneven screams. Their bodies seemed to be attracted by a huge gravitational force as they flew away from the crystal ship, one after another. Putong, putong! A few sounds of falling into the water were heard by the people who were still watching. Those people had already fallen onto the water surface of the space, as if they were falling from the sky. For some reason, those cultivators in the space were unable to fly away. Whether they were at the nascent soul stage or the great ascension stage, they couldn't even change direction. They fell into the water while dancing. Then there was no more sound. Thousands of people watched from all directions as the dozen people who fell into the water struggled for a while in the clear and transparent water, and then their bodies gradually became motionless. Everyone who saw this scene felt a burst of cold in their hearts. Everyone now understood where those well-preserved corpses that could be clearly seen from the water surface came from. But the more they understood, the more intense the fear in their hearts became, and the less confidence they had. Whoosh, whoosh! The sound of two objects cutting through the air at high speed sounded. Two arrow-like rays of light had already shot towards the Langia crystal ship from two directions. Needless to say, these were two people who had refined high-speed magic treasures. They were trying to rush through this space at high speed and smoothly board the ship. Their wishes were beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The two rays of light looked to be getting slower and slower. Just when they were about 100 feet away from the crystal ship, they finally exhausted their strength and stopped. Then they began to involuntarily fall. One of the cultivators was very clever. Below the falling point, there happened to be a long rope that was still shrinking. When the cultivator just started to fall, he just happened to grab the center of the long rope, and the long rope suddenly changed direction. The owner of the long rope let out a cry of horror, but he couldn't stop this guy from borrowing the strength of the long rope to approach the Langia crystal ship. But unfortunately, good times don't last long. Just when the guy borrowing the strength of the rope thought that his plan was successful, a tragedy occurred. The taut long rope directly broke, and the two figures let out two long screams at the same time. This lasted until they fell into the water before abruptly stopping. In the beginning, there were still more than a dozen people who relied on the long rope to pull closer. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. If they succeeded, they would be the first group of people to board the ship. If they failed, they would be another group of cannon fodder to scout the way for the later people. Chapter 1319. The surrounding people watched as those people slowly approached the Langia crystal ship. Except for a few people, the others were so nervous that they could not say a word. Their eyes were glued to the ship for fear of missing a single detail. One had to know that the scene of successfully boarding the ship was something that everyone had only heard of before. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, the actual experience was more convincing than anything else. Unfortunately, among the remaining dozen people, half of them still did not make it to the end. Under the witness of the crowd, a few people once again failed when they were less than 100 feet away from the Langia crystal ship. They screamed miserably and fell into the Rua River, becoming a new batch of lifelike specimens. The remaining few people, under the envious eyes of countless people, boarded the surface of the Langya crystal ship. Then, their figures flickered and disappeared. Needless to say, they must have entered the interior of the Langya crystal ship. Boom! As the first person successfully boarded the ship, the surrounding onlookers no longer had the good mood of watching a play. Someone boarding the ship meant that someone had taken the initiative. If they did not make a move, not to mention others eating meat, they would not even have any soup to drink. What did everyone come here for? It was not to watch others get rich. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The continuous sound continued to ring. This time, at least hundreds of people simultaneously took out their magic weapons. Countless long ropes were connected to the Langya crystal ship. Hundreds of figures rushed into the dark space at the same time. After seeing so many people die, this time almost all of the people who rushed out were experts and those who had more confidence in their magic weapons. Relatively speaking, there were fewer accidents. But even so, there were still dozens of people who could not persist to the end and fell into the Ruhr River with screams. But there were more people who successfully boarded the ship. After arriving at the Langya crystal ship, their eyes were filled with ecstasy, and then their figures flashed and disappeared. This scene stimulated even more people. Those who were watching and hesitating no longer held back and began to move. If they did not board the ship now, there would be no soup left. The people who took action did not just board the ship. After realizing that they had full confidence in boarding the ship, some experts began to attack. Everyone knew that there were too many monks and too little meat. With one less competitor, they might get more benefits. At the moment, they were hot-headed and rushed to attack the people around them. Before they had even boarded the ship, a full-scale battle had already begun in the dark space. With the help of thousands of long ropes, one end was connected to the crystal ship, and the other end was connected to themselves. Just like that, they began to fight crazily. Not only were they attacking the people, but they were also attacking the ropes. This time, even the guys who attacked at the beginning began to feel afraid. The rope wasn't as well protected as the others. In order to survive, everyone could only attack more fiercely. This time, many of the people who fell into the Ruhr River were already corpses, and some of their bodies were incomplete. Although there were still about 100 people who successfully boarded the ship, the tragic scene just now had already frightened many people who were preparing to board the ship. The sudden massacre also resulted in a long period of time where no one rushed into the space. In the end, an unknown expert directly transmitted his voice. Everyone, use your own abilities to board the ship. Life and death will be up to fate. When boarding the ship, let's not fight. Otherwise, no one will be able to board, and it will only benefit those who boarded first. What does everyone think? This proposal was actually very tempting. If no one boarded the ship, no one would agree. But someone had already boarded. If everyone hesitated here, then the treasures of the Langya crystal ship would have nothing to do with them. All right, let's do it. No one was a fool. Immediately, someone began to respond. If you want to fight, it won't be too late to fight after boarding the ship. When boarding the ship again, it seemed that there was order. This time, not many people went out, and basically everyone did not interfere with each other. Apart from those unlucky guys, basically everyone boarded the ship smoothly, and there was no more killing. Batch after batch of people boarded the ship. In the end, those who were left were those who lacked confidence. Originally, everyone rushed in excitedly, but after referring to the previous people who failed, they realized that their preparation was not enough. If they rashly boarded the ship, only death awaited them. But if they did not board the ship and stayed here, they could not escape death. There was no way out, and many people were already on the verge of collapse. Just when some people finally could not bear it anymore and decided to risk their lives, a few gentle voices suddenly sounded from all directions. Bring people to board the ship. Each person will be given 50 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones. I guarantee that you will be brought safely to the crystal ship. Suddenly hearing this voice at the critical moment of life and death, Those desperate guys seemed to have found a life-saving straw. They became frantically excited and began to look around to see who was speaking. The owners of the voices did not hide anything. They came out from the crowd and revealed their true faces. Seeing their figures, some people immediately recognized their identity, and all of them became excited. It's Senior Lu who successfully came out of the Langia well last time. Senior Li, who entered the Langia well. The 7 or 8 people who came out were all people who were known to have entered the Langia well and came out alive. Their shouts were like the sounds of nature to these despairing people. Everyone felt as if they had returned to heaven from hell. Since they had gone in and came out safely, they must have absolute confidence to board the ship. Originally, everyone had to risk their lives to fight for it, but now they only needed to pay 50 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones. Such a deal, anyone could calculate it. If they had known this earlier, why would they bother to prepare? As long as they brought the spirit stones, they could successfully board the ship. Those people in front of them could be said to have died in vain. But then again, if it weren't for the example set by those people in front of them, how could the people behind be willing to pay this price to board the ship? It had to be said that this was a good deal. These masters who re-entered the Langia had already gotten a lot of benefits before they boarded the ship. The people who came in were either Yuanying or Deshang stage masters. Although 50 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones was not a small amount, it was not unbearable for people. It didn't seem to be much, but with so many people, each person who brought people to board the ship would bring an average of 100 people, and they could receive dozens of kilograms of top-grade spirit stones here. Yang Chen's family had not made a move yet, but no one paid attention to them. After witnessing all this, except for Yang Chen, all the women were stunned. How could this work? Okay, no need to look, we should also set off. Yang Chen's voice called everyone's attention back. Why don't you let them bring it in? I will see for myself if I can collect some weak water. Chapter 1320. Yang Chen really took a fancy to the weak water. Although he did not know how powerful it was for the time being, whether it was a master of the Yuanying stage or a master of the Deshang stage, all of them had the same result, which had fully explained the horror of the weak water. If it was his previous life, Yang Chen probably would not have any extra thoughts, but now it was different. After collecting the treasure house of the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen not only had the 5-element hook in his hand, but also a gourd that could hold any liquid. Encountering such an opportunity, it would be too unreasonable not to take the opportunity to collect some weak water. This was clearly a benefit sent to Yang Chen's mouth by the heavens. In an old saying, if you don't take the heavens' gift, you will be blamed. In any case, Yang Chen had to collect some. The women were not willing to let them leave their husband and accept the protection of those people to board the crystal ship and watch their husband take risks. Not to mention Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue. Even Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and the Morong sisters, these concubines, would not accept such an arrangement. No matter what Yang Chen said, the women were determined to follow Yang Chen, regardless of life and death. Everyone was afraid of being separated from their husband, and they were also afraid that Yang Chen would sometimes do some extremely risky things. If there were women with him, Yang Chen would restrain himself a little and not get carried away. Yang Chen could ignore what others said, but Gao Yu spoke. This matter was the final conclusion, and Yang Chen could not refute it. There was no way Yang Chen could only take the women into the medicine garden so that they could see the situation outside at any time. He took out the 5-element hook and buckled it on his wrist. In several directions, people had already begun to pay spirit stones, and then they were collected into a certain portable magic weapon by those who had entered the crystal ship, and the number of people was greatly reduced. The rest of the people were also queuing up. At this time, no one would choose the former between taking a risk and 50 pounds of high-grade spirit stones. Among the people who stayed, it seemed that only Yang Chen intended to board the ship with his own means. Grandmaster Yang. Yang Chen's reputation was well known, and almost everyone who came in knew of him. Just as someone nearby was about to open his mouth and try to befriend Yang Chen had already leaped into the dark space. That person's words were immediately stuck in his throat. While he was in the air, the 5 elements cable hook grew crazily like a living creature. It nimbly penetrated the space and directly attached itself to the Langya crystal ship. Each of the 5 hooks found a protrusion on the crystal ship and firmly fastened it. If one didn't enter the dark space, one wouldn't be able to feel the feeling inside. As soon as he entered, Yang Chen discovered that there was a strong suction force coming from all directions, seemingly wanting to pull his body towards the surroundings. It was as if the crystal ship was rejecting him. The 5 elements' hooks instantly straightened and withstood the force. In the deep well of the Dragon Palace in the Sea of No Return, the 5-element hook could easily pull Yang Chen. The suction here was not a problem at all. After Yang Chen tried a few times, he became more and more sure in his heart. However, the dark space did not only have such a little repulsive force. Although it seemed to be empty, Yang Chen could clearly feel an invisible wind, carrying the power of time, affecting everything in the space all the time. Most of the guys whose long ropes were broken were eroded by this power of time, causing the long ropes to decay and break, and people in it would inevitably be affected. Those who entered seemed to be fine, but if they did not immediately restore their vitality after boarding the ship, they would definitely become seriously ill. In this way, there was almost no difference between boarding the ship early or late. No wonder those guys who returned to the Langya well were not in a hurry at all. On the one hand, they were waiting for the last opportunity to make money. On the other hand, it was estimated that they had more preparations. The remaining time to restore their vitality was equivalent to having the upper hand. After discovering this, without thinking about it, the Dragon Clan Golden Bell appeared outside Yang Chen's body, wrapping Yang Chen tightly. 3 dragon shadows began to fly up and down around the Golden Bell, flashing a burst of light from time to time, blocking the wind of the 5 elements. In the eyes of others, Yang Chen's figure did not approach the crystal ship as quickly as others, but began to fall slowly, as if the long rope in his hand could no longer support his figure. A promising 5th-grade alchemist master died like this. It was really a pity to look at it. However, at this time, who had the confidence to save Yang Chen? Even those who returned to the Langya well could only ensure that they successfully boarded the ship with their space magic weapon. But it was impossible to rescue Yang Chen in this situation. The more he went down, the more powerful the dragon's shadow on the Golden Bell outside Yang Chen's body became. Yang Chen felt that some invisible erosive force was getting stronger and stronger. It was even mixed with a lot of the power of the 5 elements. If it wasn't for the powerful spiritual awareness of Yang Chen, it would be impossible to detect this. No wonder after those masters fell down. They just danced and couldn't save themselves. It turned out that they were being attacked at any time and couldn't get out. After falling into the weak water, they had been attacked and wanted to struggle out, which was as difficult as ascending to the sky. Fortunately, the magic weapon of the Dragon Clan was really powerful, and Yang Chen himself had the power of the 5 elements. Even if there were some 5-element attacks, they could not affect Yang Chen in the slightest. Yang Chen's figure slowly fell, and the 5-element hook slowly stretched out. After a while, it reached the bottom of the space and was about to reach the water surface. Pulling the hook with his right hand, Yang Chen turned his left hand and a blue-yellow gourd appeared in his hand. He slowly reached to the edge of the space and the water surface. The mouth of the gourd plunged into the weak water and began to collect. The gourd was indeed a magic weapon of the Dragon Clan. Under such circumstances, it did not have the slightest effect. No matter how strong the weak water was, it was also a liquid. Yang Chen could directly feel that a liquid that was completely different from ordinary water flowed into the gourd and formed a small pool in the gourd. The long rope of the 5-element hook maintained this length, confronting the terrifying gravitational force. Yang Chen's figure also hovered in the air, quietly waiting to collect enough weak water. Everyone outside, except for the few old people who had entered the Langya well, had already entered other people's space magic weapon. Those people finally understood what Yang Qin was doing. Surprised, they could only look at him enviously. Although the weak water was good, they did not have this ability and the courage to do such a thing. Chapter 13:21. The gourd was only collected for a while, and Yang Qin suddenly felt an abnormality. His spiritual awareness did not detect anything, but Yang Qin still withdrew his hand without thinking and pulled the gourd out of the water. Even so, it seemed that it was still a step late. An invisible and colorless flame had already wrapped the entire gourd and began to burn. Even not only the gourd, the flame had already rushed to Yang Chen's hand holding the gourd. In the weak water, there was actually such a hidden flame that people could not detect at all. If Yang Chen did not try to collect the weak water, he could not find it at all. What made Yang Chen even more surprised was that he seemed to feel that there was something else entering the gourd, but now he was affected by the flame, and he could not find out what it was. The invisible and colorless flame did not even have the burning heat of the ordinary flame, as if it did not exist at all. But Yang Chen held the gourd in his hand and could easily feel the burning of the flame. This kind of flame would not heat up, and it seemed that it would not burn the gourd, but the fire that had spread to Yang Chen's hand had begun to spread upward. At the same time, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire in his body had a stirring posture, as if it was going to be out of control. He could not feel the damage for the time being, but it did not mean that there was no damage. Yang Chen was a grandmaster of playing with fire, and he could understand this better than anyone else. Water and fire were ruthless. It was not just a saying. The more silent and invisible the flame, the more terrifying the damage it could bring to people. Those who fell into the weak water, many of them were of the water attribute. According to reason, even if it was not good, they could also support it for a while. The problem was that no matter what the attributes of the people who fell in, they could not hold on for more than a dozen breaths in the weak water. That was by no means an accident. This flame was probably one of the key reasons. For the time being, it was impossible to distinguish what kind of flame it was. Yang Chen did not care to distinguish it. At this time, it was important to save his hand and the gourd. Those things in the gourd, except for some spirit springs, could not afford to lose anything else. The best magic weapon to collect the fire seeds was the profound spirit furnace. But this was not a good time to collect the fire seeds. It was important to board the ship first. After boarding the Langya crystal ship, there would be plenty of time and a safe place to collect them. At this time, Yang Qin didn't care about anything else. He controlled the 5-element hooks to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, rushed to the Langya crystal ship. As soon as he came into contact with the Langya crystal ship, he could not help but be transported to another place. As soon as he stepped on it, Yang Chen released Gao Yu and the other women. "Guard!" He really couldn't explain anything. Yang Chen only said these 2 words and sat down cross-legged. Then he sacrificed the profound spirit furnace and began to control the profound spirit furnace close to the burning flame, trying to collect it. The women did not understand what Yang Chen did in the end. They only knew that he collected some weak water, and then quickly boarded the crystal ship with a huge change in expression. Seeing how cautious Yang Chen was, no one dared to be negligent. They immediately split into several directions, protecting Yang Chen in the center. In such a short time, the flame that was originally only burning on the hand had already jumped to the elbow, and it seemed that it would soon rush to the big arm. And Yang Chen's left hand had already felt a little sluggish. This was definitely the power of the flame. It could make Yang Chen, a big expert in playing with fire, become like this. It was absolutely the level of the 6th grade. As soon as the profound spirit furnace touched the fire seed, Yang Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed that this fire seed could destroy the spirit of the profound spirit furnace. This was not a good phenomenon. Yang Chen put a lot of effort into the profound spirit furnace. The so-called spirit was a personal mark of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness imprint, which was constantly enhanced and constantly sacrificial refining was formed. Once it was lost, Yang Chen's previous sacrificial refining results would be ruined. Yang Chen has never touched such a fire seed. It was invisible and colorless, and it did not even hurt the body. When his spiritual awareness touched it, there was a sign of melting. How could he collect it? In an instant, Yang Chen's cold sweat came out, and the women who were paying attention to Yang Chen all the time, when they saw the sweat on Yang Chen's head and face, they were all shocked. After being in contact with Yang Chen for so long, who has ever seen Yang Chen sweating like this? Fortunately, Yang Chen was just nervous at the time, but he calmed down immediately. Several methods flashed through his mind in an instant, and then he immediately determined the one that he felt was most likely to work. The merit chapter given by Big Brotherly Chung, could do many things that could not be done with normal techniques. The only side effect was that it needed to consume a lot of merit. At this moment, Yang Chen, in order to save the gourd profound spirit furnace and his own life, what was the merit? A lot of merit began to flow to the profound spirit furnace and the gourd. Of course, the arm would never be missed. With the protection of the merit chapter, Yang Chen immediately noticed that the flame was no longer spreading upward. There was a door. With the blessing of the merit, the profound spirit furnace finally no longer had any loss and began to deeply contact the flame. A lot of merit was filled into the profound spirit furnace by Yang Chen, protecting the profound spirit furnace and collecting these nameless fire seeds little by little. At the same time, the gourd was also protected, and it would not be damaged and reduced in grade. A trace of the flame was collected by the profound spirit furnace and stored in a suitable place. The profound spirit furnace was worthy of being the alchemy furnace that could be ranked in the heavenly court in the future. When it was not hurt by the flame, it showed its extremely powerful effect. Yang Chen felt that the flame on his arm was reduced little by little, slowly returned from the elbow to the wrist, and returned to the palm, fingers, and the flame that burned to the body was all absorbed. After the flame on his hand was gone, he began to target the flame burning on the gourd. In the same way, the flame on the gourd was finally collected into the profound spirit furnace. When the last trace of flame disappeared, even Yang Chen could not detect any residual. Yang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and no longer worried. The crisis passed quietly, and while Yang Chen relaxed, he also began to ponder. This kind of fire seed that has never been seen before, invisible and colorless, and it does not burn the body. Is it the goal that Yang Chen intends to find in the Langya? Well, this time, the 7th grade pure Yin true fire? As soon as this idea came out, it began to grow uncontrollably, and even Yang Chen couldn't believe it. Although his own luck was good, it was not good to this point, right? Is this really pure Yin true fire? However, pure Yin true fire, Yang Chen has never seen it, and he is not sure. This is not pure Yin true fire, but spirit devouring dragon fire. When Yang Chen was guessing, a thought came directly from the gourd and passed to Yang Chen's mind. Chapter 13:22. Spirit devouring dragon fire. Listening to this voice, Yang Chen was also shocked. On the one hand, it was because of the name of this flame. On the other hand, it was because of this sudden sound. When Yang Chen collected the weak water, he noticed that something was wrong. It seemed that something had gotten into the gourd. But at that time, Yang Chen had no time to take care of it because he was entangled in the flame. Sure enough, now this guy jumped out. Fortunately, the guy who jumped out and made a sound after Yang Chen's inspection was not a terrifying enemy. At this moment, Yang Chen had no worries, and naturally he could easily explore the situation in the gourd. The guy who made the sound was clearly a very weak spirit body. The sound could be transmitted to Yang Chen's mind because the other party and Yang Chen's spiritual awareness were in contact, and he used a method similar to the beast controlling secret art to achieve his goal. For Yang Chen, The other party did not have the ability to hurt himself. On the contrary, if Yang Chen wanted to, he could easily eliminate this weak spirit body. The spirit-eroding dragon fire also shocked Yang Chen. This kind of legendary flame that could only be encountered, but not sought, was actually encountered here. As the name suggests, the spirit-devouring dragon fire was a flame unique to the dragon clan. Because there was no dragon clan in the world, this kind of flame was almost extinct. He didn't expect that there would be one here, and it was also collected by Yang Chen into the profound spirit furnace. He didn't know whether to say that Yang Chen was lucky or bold. If the spirit-devouring dragon fire was calculated according to the grade, it was also a 7th grade fire seed, one of the strongest fire seeds in the world. With Yang Chen's current ability, in fact, he did not have the ability to collect the spirit-devouring dragon fire. Yang Chen had only heard of this kind of fire seed. The 2 words of the spirit-devouring dragon fire clearly indicated the characteristics of the fire seed. The main power was to burn all kinds of spirit bodies. If it was placed on a living creature, it would burn the spiritual awareness of the living creature. If it wasn't for the fact that he was lucky enough to obtain the merit chapter from Li Cheng and was proficient in cultivating it, Yang Chen might have died on the Langia crystal ship. A trace of fear flashed in his mind. Yang Chen did not have the time to communicate with the spiritual body. He first informed his wife and concubine that he was fine. They had probably been waiting anxiously for a long time, especially since they were on the Langia crystal ship, which was full of danger. They were even more anxious. Seeing that Yang Chen was fine, the women finally felt relieved. For Yang Chen's bold behavior, the women did not know how to comment. In the end, Gao Yu came forward and severely reprimanded Yang Chen for this irresponsible, risky behavior. After Yang Chen repeatedly promised that there would be no next time, Gao Yu restrained her anger. As for Sun Qingxue, when Gao Yu scolded Yang Chen, she had already sneaked into Yang Chen's arms and scolded him. After the women were at ease, Yang Chen didn't care about the situation of the Langia crystal ship now. He first settled the guy in the gourd. Under the spirit-devouring dragon fire, the spiritual body could hide safely in the gourd. It had to be said that it definitely had some skills, but the spiritual body was a spiritual body. In the face of this kind of spirit-devouring dragon fire that specifically restrained him, he couldn't escape unscathed. The reason why he was so weak was probably because of the fire seed. Who are you? Why is there a magic weapon made from the dragon's body? To Yang Chen's surprise, before Yang Chen could ask about the identity of the spiritual body, the other party had already found him first. Are you tired of living? The tone was full of a silent anger. Even if he was very weak, he did not hide his attitude that might anger Yang Chen at any time. Yang Chen admired this guy very much. His courage was not worse than Yang Chen's, and his eyes were also first class. He immediately found out that the gourd was a magic weapon of the dragon clan. He didn't know if there was a master who fell into the weak water and had been living in this spirit body state until now. Being able to survive in this environment was definitely worthy of Yang Chen's admiration. I am Yang Chen. May I ask the senior's name? Yang Chen tried to use the beast-controlling secret art to communicate with the other party. This was also a last resort. No matter how the other party used to be, now it was just a spiritual body, and the most convenient way to communicate with the spiritual body was the beast-controlling secret art. The other party did not reject Yang Chen's beast-controlling secret art and easily established a communication bridge. Now that the spiritual body was extremely weak, there was not much power to actively maintain communication with Yang Chen. It was much easier for Yang Chen to take the initiative. What surprised Yang Chen was that after using the beast-controlling secret art to communicate with the other party, Yang Chen could not judge whether the other party was a human or a demon. This was something that had never happened before. Yang Chen could not help but raise his spirits. This guy was not easy to deal with. Where did you get the dragon corpse? With your ability, there is no way to refine it. Who refined it for you? The other party did not answer Yang Chen's question, but asked a series of questions, all related to the dragon magic weapon. Although I have a relationship with the dragon clan, there is no need to explain it to the senior, right? Yang Chen's face did not change, and replied calmly. The other party's tone was not small, but now his life and death was in the hands of Yang Chen. As long as Yang Chen was willing, the other party could be destroyed at any time. Even if the attitude of the spiritual body was not good, there was no need for Yang Chen to care about this guy who could be killed countless times with a finger. On the contrary, how the other party was able to escape from the spirit-devouring dragon fire made Yang Chen very interested. He had to get more things from this guy. No, who are you? How can there be so many distillers, yeast, collected by the dragon clan? For a while, the dragon body did not pay attention to Yang Chen, but after finding so many distillers' yeast of the jade dragon wine in the gourd, he finally couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Senior knows these distillers' yeast?" Yang Chen's eyes lit up, and there was a lot of expectation in his heart. The distillers' yeast collected by the dragon clan, it seems that only the dragon itself can be recognized. Could it be that this spiritual body is actually a dragon spirit? These things have fallen into your hands. Is the dragon clan declining? The other party did not answer, and after a while he asked. Although he did not give a definite answer, Yang Chen could already be sure that the other party must be a dragon spirit. Only in this way could he explain how he could escape death in the spirit-devouring dragon fire. Unless it was a guy who understood the dragon fire to the extreme, it was impossible to resist the spirit-devouring dragon fire in the state of a spiritual body. This guy was a dragon, and it was very likely to be a dragon spirit of a fire dragon. All the dragons have ascended, and there are no dragons in the mortal world. After confirming the identity of the other party, Yang Chen immediately received a treasure and replied quickly. At the same time, he did not forget to say, if Senior still wants to find companions, it is impossible. Chapter 13:23. Well, it's not bad to ascend to the spiritual world. The life in the immortal world is hundreds of times better than in the mortal world. The dragon spirit didn't care about the little trick in Yang Chen's words and commented directly, and then suddenly asked, "It seems that you have guessed the identity of this old man. Please enlighten me, Senior." Yang Chen passed a kind message to the other party and said with a smile, "Where did you get this gourd?" The other party asked again, impatiently. After such a long time, the dragon spirit seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Even the thought that was passed over had an uncontrollable panting. This younger generation junior said that this younger generation junior and the dragon clan have a lot of connections. Yang Chen did not explain in detail, but first stopped the dragon from asking, "Don't worry, Senior. You are in a bad state now. Let this younger generation junior refine some medicinal pills to help you recover." "Help me guard. I'm going to refine a medicinal pill." Just now, the communication with the dragon spirit has been through the beast controlling secret art and spiritual awareness communication. Others can neither see nor hear it. Yang Chen decided to refine the pill and immediately ordered the women again. The women were a little stunned and didn't know why Yang Chen wanted to refine the medicinal pill at this time. But they all understood that since Yang Chen had made a decision, it would not be easily changed. As a woman of Yang Chen, at this time there was no other choice but to follow Yang Chen's instructions. Everyone was already on the Lang Yi crystal ship. For the time being, as long as the women paid attention to their vigilance, there would be no blind guy who would dare to provoke the 7 Deshang stage masters and 4 peak Yuanying stage masters. It was very safe. Yang Chen's actions made the women feel relieved. Alchemy was much better than risking their lives on the edge of the weak water, right? As for the treasures in the Lang Yi crystal ship, from the beginning, Yang Chen said that he wanted the pure true fire. Other things would belong to whoever found them. After the influence of Yang Chen's wealth, the women did not put the treasures that might appear in the Lang Yi crystal ship in their eyes. There was no need to compete with others at this time. The people on the Langya crystal ship looked at the Yang family in amazement. They put on such a posture, they didn't know what they were thinking. They finally got on the Langya crystal ship, but they didn't look for treasures around. Were they waiting for the treasures to jump into their arms? Unexpectedly, the guys who had come to the Langya well had released all the customers they brought in at this moment. In this regard, they seemed to be very tactful. None of the people who paid the spirit stones were in life-threatening danger. All of them safely boarded the Langya crystal ship. However, like Yang Chen's family, they all found a corner to meditate, and there was no hurry to find the treasures. No one understood what they were doing. Those lucky fellows who boarded the ship began to search around. It was unknown how many people regretted it in their hearts. If they had known that there would be these guys who could bring people on board, and that they could board the ship with only 25 kilograms of upper-level spirit stones. Why did they have to spend so much money and risk their lives to board the ship? Yang Chen ignored these guys who were greedy for treasures, put out the profound spirit furnace, and concentrated on refining medicinal pills. This time he was concocting the same kind of pill that the heaven-seizing pill had used to restore the pill spirit. It was to restore the dragon spirit. The current Yang Chen was no longer the same as before. The medicinal ingredients he used were many times better than what Elder Wu Xiong had prepared in the past. The only thing he lacked was the powder of the Dragon Ball. The dragon bead was the inner core of the dragon clan. In the past, there was a very large one in the grass treasure house of the dragon clan. It had been thrown to Xiao Tian to swallow and refine. He didn't know if there were any left at the moment. With a little thought, Yang Chen immediately contacted Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian has not yet been able to completely refine the dragon bead. But for Yang Chen's method of asking for a little powder, Xiao Tian seemed very stingy. After a lot of persuasion, after promising a purified evil bead, he got a little. Since he wanted to be a good person, he would be a good person to the end. When refining the medicinal pills, Yang Chen did not hesitate to add the method of the merit chapter and spent a lot of his own merit to restore the dragon spirit to its best state. At this moment, the dragon spirit was already in Yang Chen's gourd. Yang Chen was not afraid that the dragon spirit would be a threat to Yang Chen after it became strong. To put it bluntly, not to mention that it was just a dragon spirit in the mortal world. Even if it was the dragon spirit of the East Sea Dragon King of the Heavenly Court, Yang Chen was also sure that he would be subdued. With Yang Chen's current level, such a medicinal pill did not take too long. Of course, it was only relatively speaking. Yang Chen was immersed in the alchemy and did not feel the passage of time. But when he completely completed the pill, it was already a month later. There seemed to be only Yang Chen's family left on the Langya crystal ship, and no one else could be seen. Those people had already left one after another when Yang Chen was refining the pills. Even those who re-entered the Langya well had disappeared. Husband, the Langya crystal ship, has reached the destination. They have all gone down to look for treasures. Tao Junkie saw that Yang Chen was a little confused and immediately explained. The Langya crystal ship is a magic treasure for ferrying people. This is the real place where the treasures are hidden. When Yang Chen heard this, he suddenly came to a realization. This was reasonable, otherwise a Langya crystal ship that looked like it was only a few miles long. How could there be a place to hide so many people? At first glance, it was obvious that the Langya crystal ship was not a cave abode, but a tool to bring people to the destination. "There's no hurry, let's take it slowly," Yang Chen said as he put the refined medicinal pill into the gourd. "What medicinal pill is this?" "It's actually a grade 2. During this period of time, the dragon spirit had not made a move and was obediently resting. It sounded like it was in better spirits, but it still looked weak. It did not know how many years it had not communicated with others, but when it saw the medicinal pill, it immediately knew that Yang Chen had completed the task, so it immediately spoke quickly. "This smell." Very soon, the dragon spirit discovered the extraordinariness of the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill, mixed with the powder of the Dragon Ball, gave it a strange sense of intimacy. because it was not its own Dragon Ball. There was a little rejection, which was a very strange feeling. The best material to restore the spirit body was the powder of the spirit body's inner core, but the dragon's spirit obviously did not have it. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already considered this problem, and specially used a large amount of merit to quell the rejection that was not from its own Dragon Ball. As long as it approached the medicinal pill, it could feel its spirit body rapidly becoming stronger. At this time, the dragon spirit could not be bothered to say anything to Yang Chen, and directly used its spirit body to roll up the medicinal pill, and began to absorb the medicinal qi in the medicinal pill from all directions. The damage that the spirit body had suffered previously also began to recover bit by bit. Let's go and see what good things there are here. While the dragon spirit was slowly recovering, Yang Chen waved to his wives and concubines and said, "What good things are there in the legendary treasures?" Chapter 13:24. The golden glittering scene that he was looking forward to did not appear. On the contrary, when Yang Chen walked out, it was dark and he could not see any scene at all. The place where the Langya crystal ship took us should be underground. There is no light. Gao Yu's voice came from his side. They had already taken turns to look when they were guarding Yang Chen, and they were very familiar with it. Except for the inside of the Langya crystal ship, it is dark outside. For Yang Chen and others, the darkness didn't affect them too much. Except for the fact that they couldn't see it with their eyes, all other senses were there. As long as they launched their spiritual awareness, they could clearly know the surrounding situation around them, but there were no colors. As soon as he entered the darkness, Yang Chen subconsciously wanted to make some light. This was not intentional. It was purely a subconscious habit. Before he could make a move, he was stopped by Gao Yu next to him. "Don't make a light." Gao Yu's voice sounded next to him. "Those people specialize in attacking places with light, and many people have died." It seemed that a lot of things happened here during the process of Yang Chen's alchemy. Robbing and killing people for treasures was an extremely common scene here. This time, Yang Chen was a little surprised. The people who went out never said this. Of course, they didn't say that someone would take them to the Langya crystal ship to earn spirit stones. It could be seen that some people deliberately concealed it and didn't intend to let people know. In this way, everyone could only rely on their spiritual awareness instead of their eyes to explore the environment here. For Yang Chen, this was a good thing. When everyone could only use their spiritual awareness, he had already reached the 10th stage of the human immortal realm, which absolutely occupied the greatest advantage. Coupled with the seed jasper cup, Yang Chen could even kill anyone silently. This area was very large, and the area that could be explored by his spiritual awareness now was more than a few hundred miles. However, in this area, except for Yang Chen's family, there was no trace of other people. It was estimated that they had gone to a farther place. "Husband, which direction are we going?" Shi Wushuang's voice came, and she seemed to be a little afraid. After all, she was still a woman. For this kind of deep darkness, she still had an instinctive fear, even if she was already a master of the Deshang stage. "There's no rush. Take your time." Seeing the situation, Yang Chen didn't know what to do. It was unrealistic to wait for his divine sense to explore the surroundings. After thinking about it, he ordered, "Ah Ling, just walk around and explore the way, then you lead the way." The mountain river geographical map could simulate the terrain of hundreds of miles, and naturally, it could let Gong Sunling know which direction to break through. But now it was more important to let the mountain river geographical map form a simulated terrain. Casually put the women in the shuttle, and randomly found a direction. Yang Chen controlled the shuttle to fly at high speed. Along the way, he didn't care about anything else. All he cared about was allowing Gong Sunling to completely simulate the terrain. At the same time, he was waiting for the dragon's spirit to recover. As Yang Chen expected, the dragon spirit did not take too long to recover. In just a short 2 days, it had basically recovered to its original state. According to Yang Chen's estimation, This guy's spiritual awareness was at least in the 8th grade of the human immortal realm. This was still the performance in the state of pure spirit body. If the physical body was still there, he didn't know how strong it would be. It's so comfortable. The dragon spirit made a very comfortable and satisfied groan. There was no longer that feeling of weakness. And sighed, this feeling of complete relaxation is really memorable. After sighing, the dragon spirit suddenly passed a sentence to Yangchen. For the sake of you refining medicinal pills for me, I won't take over your body. You have to find me a physical body and let me take over. In the tone of the dragon spirit, there was no politeness at all. It was full of alms and arrogance that could not be resisted by Yangchen. Are you sure you're talking to me? Yangchen's tone was not so calm for a while, and it was tit for tat. This guy doesn't seem to have figured out the situation, and he still thinks that he has Yangchen. Although, with the cultivation of his spiritual awareness, according to common sense, it should not be a problem to deal with a small yuanying stage like Yangchen. But there are no absolutes in the world, and Yangchen in front of him was definitely an exception among exceptions. The reason why Yangchen did not directly fall out with him was that this guy still knew how to be grateful. At least he said that he would not take over Yangchen's body for the sake of Yangchen's help in refining medicinal pills for him. From this point of view, it was still worth Yangchen's time to rescue him. Of course. Who else would it be if not you? The dragon spirit did not have the slightest consciousness of asking someone to do something for him, and said naturally, "Okay." Yangchen agreed, took out the dragon bone flying sword, and threw it into the gourd. How about this? I am a real dragon. Let me possess the dragon bone. What a joke. As soon as the dragon spirit touched the dragon bone flying sword, he immediately understood what it was, and suddenly became angry. Besides, there is your spiritual awareness imprint on it. It is clearly your magic weapon. Do you want me to be the weapon spirit? The words of the dragon spirit made Yangchen's heart move, and he suddenly smiled. It seems to be good to be the weapon spirit. As he said, he had already begun to think about which weapon spirit to let this guy be. Boom! The dragon spirit did not answer Yangchen's words, but it began to erupt. The spiritual awareness of the 8th grade human immortal was directly raised to the limit, and it hit Yangchen's spiritual awareness fiercely. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. Does he really think he is a soft persimmon, so easy to bully? If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know how many eyes I have. To the surprise of the dragon spirit, the full blow of his spiritual awareness did not cause any pain to Yangchen, and it even seemed that Yangchen did not feel anything. After receiving such a hit, Yangchen still looked as if nothing had happened. There was no change. How is this possible? The dragon spirit thought that his spirit body had been restored, and Yangchen should be vulnerable, but the facts in front of him made him unable to believe it at all. Nothing is impossible, Senior. Yangchen's words came through the connection of the two people's spiritual awareness, and then there was a hint of ridicule in his voice. Even Senior Jiao doesn't want to possess the body. Could it be that Senior still wants to find a real dragon to possess? That's natural. As soon as these words were passed, the dragon spirit realized that something was wrong. Yangchen had already said that all the real dragons had ascended, and there were no real dragons left in the world, and his own wish to possess seemed to be in vain. In that case, Senior, take a look. Is this appropriate? Yangchen suddenly smiled and put Xiao Tian into the gourd. At the same time, he did not forget to tell Xiao Tian to give a little lesson to the dragon spirit, who still didn't understand the situation, so that he knew who was in charge here. Chapter 13:25. What is this? The dragon spirit was still a little surprised at first, as if it had never seen Xiao Tian before, but the dragon spirit on Xiao Tian's body made the dragon spirit happy immediately, and it rushed straight up without thinking about it. Roar! Of course, Xiao Tian also noticed the action of the dragon spirit, and he roared angrily at the dragon spirit. The jackal's head suddenly showed a kind of joy when it saw its prey. Then it opened its big mouth and sucked fiercely. As a Yazi, it usually fed on the spirit. What was the spirit? To put it bluntly, it was a spirit body, but it belonged to the spirit body of the magic weapon. Although the dragon spirit was the true spirit of the true dragon, in essence, it was still not out of the scope. Xiao Tian was very clear about how much benefit the pure dragon spirit would have after being absorbed by him. As soon as Xiao Tian sucked, the dragon spirit flew into Xiao Tian's mouth involuntarily. This time the dragon spirit was scared out of its wits, and at the same time, it also knew what Xiao Tian was. Even if Xiao Tian's cultivation base was still a lot worse than the dragon spirit, this kind of natural restrainability could not allow him to challenge it. Don't! The dragon spirit let out a scream of horror, frantically trying to get out of the control of Xiao Tian. Unfortunately, he was just a spirit body. In front of Xiao Tian, it was impossible to get out of the control range of Xiao Tian. Don't you want the body of the true dragon to possess? Yang Qin seemed to be watching a play, and his voice came into the ears of the dragon spirit. Xiao Tian is barely a dragon son. You can make do with it. Don't. The dragon spirit was no longer as haughty and arrogant as before. Apart from saying no in horror, it was unable to say anything else. At the same time as he conveyed this meaning, the dragon spirit was getting closer and closer to Xiao Tian's big mouth. The dragon spirit that spewed out of Xiao Tian's mouth was no longer as kind as it was in the eyes of the dragon spirit. At this moment, it was as terrible as the soul of the dragon spirit. No matter how the dragon spirit screamed in fear, the movement of the body flying toward Xiao Tian's mouth did not stop. Until the dragon spirit was about to enter Xiao Tian's mouth, Xiao Tian could lick off a layer of the dragon spirit's skin as long as he stuck out his tongue and licked it gently. All the movement stopped. Close to the lips of Yazi, the dragon spirit felt unprecedented fear. The target that seemed very suitable for possession now looked so ferocious and frightening. You want to possess each other, are you ashamed? Yang Chen's teasing words once again came into the ears of the dragon spirit. Killing each other is not exclusive to you humans. Although the dragon spirit was afraid, it also understood that Yang Chen did not have the idea of killing him at the moment, and its tone also calmed down. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Tian was sent back to the dragon palace. Yang Chen once again faced the dragon spirit alone. Tell me, who are you? How are you in the weak water? And what is the matter with the spirit-devouring dragon fire? At this time, Yang Qin even omitted the title of senior and junior, and directly used you and me. His spiritual awareness could not shake Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, and he himself was firmly restrained by Xiao Tian. The dragon spirit also understood his current situation. The dragon spirit did not even have the ability to resist, so it could only cooperate obediently. It was like a fish on a chopping block. He didn't want to face Xiao Tian's big mouth again and feel the breath exhaled by Xiao Tian's mouth. I was attacked and lost my physical body. As a last resort, I entered the weak water and used the power of the weak water to nourish my spiritual awareness. The dragon spirit recognized the situation and did not hide anything. He quickly replied, "The spirit-devouring dragon fire is my life source fire seed. But I lost my physical body and the fire seed began to bite back, causing me to become weaker and weaker. If I hadn't met you, maybe in another 1,000 years, I would have died completely." The dragon spirit's words sounded simple, but there was a lot of information in it. Attacked by someone who attacked him. Daring to attack the true dragon clan, how bold were they? In addition, even in such a weak situation, this guy could still resist the spirit-devouring dragon fire for thousands of years, which was enough to show that this guy was excellent at controlling fire. What the hell is going on with this Lang Yuel? With this guy, who could barely be regarded as a local snake, Yang Qin certainly had to ask clearly. The sect that attacked me was destroyed by me in anger, but I also lost my physical body. The mountain guarding array of the sect is still working, and it is opened every few hundred years. The dragon spirit said it very lightly, but there was inevitably a kind of pride in its tone. It was indeed worthy of him to be proud that a dragon alone destroyed a sect. The spirit devouring dragon fire is your life source fire seed. You can't resist it. Yang Qin did not give it a chance to be proud and asked another question. I lost my physical body, and my spirit body is naturally restrained by the spirit devouring dragon fire. At this point, the dragon spirit really couldn't be proud and could only say if it weren't for thousands of guys rushing in every few hundred years, falling into the weak water and being swallowed by the spirit devouring dragon fire, increasing the fire, I would have already extinguished this fire. The dragon spirit was a little unconvinced, but it probably couldn't bear to really extinguish its own life source fire seed. On one hand, it was its own life source fire seed. On the other hand, it was its own life source fire seed that restrained it. This kind of contradictory feeling was definitely quite uncomfortable. People always thought that the weak water hurt people. Even Yang Qin thought so. Only now did they know that it was the spirit devouring dragon fire that really killed people. This kind of fire seed that burned silently, invisible and colorless. Even in the weak water, no one could see it, and no one even dared to casually come down to investigate. If it weren't for the freak Yang Qin, who wanted to collect some weak water before boarding the Langya crystal ship, they would not have discovered the secret at all. The dragon spirit must have also realized that this was a rare opportunity. With the spirit devouring dragon fire entangled with Yang Qin, it could naturally, quietly escape. The only thing it didn't expect was that Yang Qin could actually restrain the spirit devouring dragon fire, which also made the dragon spirit plan to cooperate with Yang Qin. Before, it was polite to Yang Qin. On the one hand, it was grateful. On the other hand, it felt that Yang Qin could be used. Good plan. Yang Qin smiled and said, "What are your plans now? However, there is no need to think about possession. Xiao Tian, you don't even need to think about it. There are no true dragons in this mortal world. Wait until I ascend." "What else can I do?" The dragon spirit sighed and said very helplessly, "You arrange it." The current situation was simply Yang Qin had the final say. The dragon spirit saw it very clearly, so it was very straightforward, without the slightest bit of unwillingness. "Two choices," Yang Qin said with a smile. "One is to be the sword spirit of my wife's dragon horn flying sword, and the other is to be the spirit of another fire attribute magic weapon. Of course, when I meet a suitable body, I will let you out for possession. You choose for yourself." Chapter 13:26 Dragon Horn Flying Sword. The dragon spirit directly exclaimed, "You still have a dragon horn flying sword? How many dragon clan magic weapons do you have? Are you the enemy of the true dragon clan? It's a long story. Anyway, you know that I have a lot of relationship with the true dragon clan." As he said, Yang Qin took the dragon spirit out of the gourd and threw it into the dragon palace. The abundant spiritual power and familiar aura of the dragon palace made the dragon spirit stunned immediately, and then screamed, "This is the dragon palace! You actually took the dragon palace? Unfortunately, this is the sea dragon palace. It has the water attribute. Otherwise, the most suitable is this dragon palace." After discovering the dragon palace, the dragon spirit sighed, and there was a little more regret. In the surprise, the dragon spirit was about to go to the dragon palace to look around. Suddenly, it saw Xiao Tian comfortably soaking in the four seas mysterious coral liquid outside the dragon palace. The fiery enthusiasm was extinguished, and there was no more passion. "I have a lot of dragon clan magic weapons, but since you have a life source fire seed, I think it is a fire dragon. There are not many suitable for you." Yang Qin didn't care about the change in the attitude of the dragon spirit before and after, and said directly, "The flying sword refined from the fire dragon horn is suitable for you." "What about the fire attribute magic weapon you said?" After listening to Yang Qin's words, the dragon spirit was silent for a while and suddenly asked again, obviously interested in the fire attribute magic weapon that Yang Qin said. Yang Qin didn't know why the dragon spirit was not interested in the fire dragon horn flying sword, but he would not force the dragon spirit to be the sword spirit of the dragon horn flying sword. The melon was not sweet. If it was not the willingness of the dragon spirit, the effect could only be counterproductive. The profound spirit furnace appeared silently in front of the dragon spirit of the dragon palace, and it attracted the attention of the dragon spirit as soon as it appeared. As the dragon spirit of the fire dragon, he immediately found that this alchemy furnace was extraordinary. When he got close and sensed it carefully, he was shocked. This is the aura of a 6th grade fire seed, 5th grade fire seed, 4th grade. After waiting for a careful taste, the tone of the dragon spirit was obviously excited. In your pill furnace, there are so many fire seeds. There are a lot of fire seeds. The only problem is that this is not a magic treasure of the dragon clan. It does not have the aura of the dragon clan, Yang Chen replied proudly. The profound spirit furnace was the proud work of Yang Chen in this life. From the beginning of a low-grade alchemy furnace to the strongest alchemy furnace in the mortal world, Yang Chen's efforts were not a little bit, and he was naturally proud of it. Now Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace has almost included all the fire seeds below the 6th grade. There are also 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds, plus the spirit devouring dragon fire, a 7th grade fire seed, has surpassed all the alchemy furnaces in the mortal world, and there is no stronger alchemy furnace than the profound spirit furnace. I choose this. The dragon spirit made a choice almost without hesitation, even without waiting for him to see the dragon horn flying sword. As a fire dragon, in the face of so many fire seeds, including its own life source fire seed, it would never choose the flying sword that was definitely not made from its own dragon horn. The ugly words are said in the front. You can absorb the medicine qi to grow when I am alchemy, but you also have to do your best to help me alchemy. Otherwise, I don't mind Xiao Tian eating one more senior spiritual awareness. Yang Chen had to say it in the front. Lest this guy be dishonest, you also said that killing each other is not exclusive to humans. This was a real threat. If there was a tool spirit alchemy, it would not be easy to go to the next level. It would be better not to have it. Yang Chen did not have to rely on this dragon spirit, but he subconsciously felt that this guy could get more benefits here. If you encounter a suitable body after you ascend, you must allow me to seize it and reincarnate. The dragon spirit did not hesitate to put forward its own conditions. Deal. Yang Chen nodded directly without thinking about it. There was no sloppiness at all. The 2 sides hit it off, and the dragon spirit did not drag and directly went into the profound spirit furnace. Immediately, Yang Chen began the sacrificial refining, letting the dragon spirit and the profound spirit furnace merge. This was a necessary process to increase the tool spirit. The spiritual awareness of the dragon spirit and Yang Chen was too strong. This process did not take too much time and was completed quickly. After it was completed, Yang Chen didn't think about it and directly used the universe treasure-raising secret art to sacrificial refine at once. Comfortable. Good guy. When it was completed, the dragon spirit made 2 sounds of admiration. His voice passed directly to Yang Chen's mind through the profound spirit furnace. One was to praise the feeling that the universe treasure-raising secret art gave him, and the other was to the profound spirit furnace itself. If I can have a little dragon essence, plus some of my physical body, this pill furnace will be able to cross the tribulation immediately. Being in the profound spirit furnace and becoming a tool spirit, the profound spirit furnace excitedly controlled each kind of flame and then sighed, "It's a pity. I have some dragon essence." When Yang Chen was in the dragon palace in the Sea of No Return, he absorbed a lot of dragon essence, and now all of it turned into a white dragon in his sea of consciousness. When he collided with the dragon spirit, he knew that it was a dragon scale, so he didn't use it. Now that the dragon spirit said it, Yang Chen immediately used the white dragon qi in his sea of consciousness and explored it into the profound spirit furnace. Feeling this pure dragon essence, the dragon spirit was excited again and almost shouted at Yang Qin, "Quick, quick! I dropped a few dragon scales when I was fighting. I am here. Find them back. Find them back." Dragon scales? Yang Chen was stunned and then overjoyed. The dragon spirit's own dragon scales must be able to make him more compatible with the profound spirit furnace. In the past, the profound spirit furnace had no tool spirit, so there was no way to cross the tribulation. Now there was such an opportunity. How could Yang Chen miss it? Yang Chen didn't know about the magic weapons tribulation, but in his previous life, Yang Chen only heard about it and never had the opportunity to own such a magic weapon. The life source magic weapon of the average person was just to accompany the master to cross the tribulation. There were very few magic weapons that could cross the tribulation by themselves, but no matter which one he took out, it would be a great thing. The profound spirit furnace, this was the second magic weapon with a tool spirit owned by Yang Chen. The first was, of course, the pure bottle medicine garden. The previous pure bottle medicine garden did not have the ability to cross the tribulation. He didn't know that Naoab had absorbed the blood phantom vine and the demonized vine, and Aju had integrated the immortal peach. In any case, this was a great thing. The higher the level of the profound spirit furnace, the greater the benefits for Yang Chen. There was no doubt about this. In this case, what he was looking for now, in addition to the pure true fire, there was another addition, which was the dragon scales of the dragon spirit itself. "Where is your dragon scales?" Yang Chen immediately asked. "Langya, well has been opened so many times. Who knows if the dragon scales have been taken away by others? It's still here." The dragon scales replied very firmly, "I couldn't feel it before, but now it has fully recovered. It's still here. My feeling will not be wrong." Chapter 13:27. Although the dragon spirit could be sure that his dragon scale was here, the space was too big, tens of thousands of miles, and even he could not determine where it was. If he wanted to find it, Yang Chen had to work hard. After all, the dragon spirit was just a tool spirit. After merging with the profound spirit furnace, it was impossible for the spiritual awareness to pass through the profound spirit furnace. It was certain that the dragon scale was still in this space because of the mysterious connection between the main body and the spiritual awareness. Otherwise, it was impossible to know. The shuttle has been wandering for a few days. When Yang Chen and the dragon spirit worked together to refine the profound spirit furnace, it was always Gong Sunling who was controlling the shuttle. In these few days, it was enough for Gong Sunling to turn all the places within tens of thousands of miles. At least the Mountain River geographical map already had a complete simulation of the terrain. The Mountain River geographical map had a small defect. That is, if a formation was arranged in a certain place, then the Mountain River geographical map could not explore the terrain inside the formation and could only show the outline of the edge. Unless she entered the formation, it was impossible to explore the situation inside the formation. Therefore, although Gong Sunling ran to a lot of places, the places where the sect was entrenched basically did not have a detailed simulation of the terrain. Only Chunyang Palace, which was undefended inside and outside, had a complete terrain. Even all the terrains could be simulated through the Mountain River geographical map. This was the same situation here. In this unknown underground space, there were many places that could not be explored by the Mountain River geographical map. However, this also indirectly showed that those places were worth exploring. In addition to looking for the pure true fire, we also need to find one more thing. After settling the dragon spirit, Yang Chen finally didn't have to take care of him and concentrated on communicating with his wives and concubines. For the first time, he still added another target to the search. All the women were very curious. What kind of thing were they looking for? It turned out to be said after they came in. When Yang Chen explained the cause and effect, all the women were stunned. Who could have thought that among the murderous Ruoshui there was a dragon spirit hidden, and there was even the existence of the spirit devouring dragon fire, a 7th grade fire seed. Just that short experience could be written into a wonderful novel. This was not counting the fact that Yang Chen had subdued the dragon spirit and turned it into the artifact spirit of his alchemy furnace. As long as he collected the dragon scales, he would be able to make the alchemy furnace transcend its tribulation. In this regard, none of the women were as knowledgeable as Yang Chen. Even Tao Junkie of the Taishaman was the same. He had heard of Dharma treasures undergoing tribulation, but he had never heard of the conditions for Dharma treasures to undergo tribulation, let alone seen one. If they could really succeed, it would be enough to increase their understanding of cultivation to the next level. In fact, very few magic weapons in the mortal world can do this. Just like Yang Chen refined so many medicinal pills, only the heaven-seizing pill has the experience of crossing the tribulation. Without an artifact spirit and without refining the magic treasure to a certain level, it was simply impossible to have a chance. The matter of the dragon spirit was just a small interlude. The real purpose of coming here was to find the pure true fire. At most, he had one more goal, which was to find the dragon scales. The other things did not change much. Of course, there was another purpose for Yang Chen to bring his family here, which was to quietly cultivate here, ignore the discord between the sect, and quietly wait for the arrival of the Taishaman's misfortune. Take whatever you want. If others want to fight for it, then fight for it. Everything here is ownerless. Those who are fated will have it. There is no need to be afraid of anything. His main purpose was to find the pure true fire, but if he met someone else who liked it, he did not have to give in. This was the principle set by Yang Chen for the women. Then, the family began to explore the array one by one. Most of the people who came in had the same idea, especially the few guys who boarded the ship with their people. They were even more familiar with the path. The good stuff here wasn't something that could be taken away at once. Instead, no one knew when one or a few of them would suddenly appear. This was also the reason why there were still people scrambling for the Langya, well, even though it had been opened countless times over the years. With Gong Sunling leading the way, they began to search the array with a relatively medium strength. The weakest array would not have any good things in it that would tempt the women. There were people studying every array around it. Everyone had the same thought. As long as they could break open an array, they would be able to get at least one good thing. This was the consensus before seeing real gold and silver. Everyone was still able to maintain a certain degree of restraint. Who knew if there was anything good inside? The first person to enter might not necessarily be able to find it. Didn't they see that any random formation was so big, with a radius of at least a few kilometers? The treasures still had to wait for the fated one. For so many years, no one had discovered that there was pure true fire here. Yang Chen's plan to find it by relying on the aura of the fire seed was ruined. This was not something that could be found easily, so Yang Chen could only search one by one. Arrays were Gong Sunling's strong point, so the task of breaking the array was left to Gong Sunling. Sometimes Yang Chen only gave Gong Sunling suggestions for her to refer to, but he never took the initiative to break the array. Although the Murong sisters used arrays in battle, they were more inclined towards the 5 elements array, so they did not dabble much. Occasionally, they could only give suggestions but not take the lead. The other women also knew that they were not very good at arrays, so they waited quietly and enjoyed the process of searching. Yang Chen had already said that entering the Langya well was also a good place to hone everyone's temperament and cultivation. Everyone was an expert, so they naturally understood this principle and would not waste a single moment. In front of the first array, Gong Sunling did not spend too much time. In less than 10 days, she successfully broke the array. The moment the array was broken, a group of people who had been waiting at the side with covetous eyes rushed in. They did not care who broke the array. In their hearts, it did not matter who broke the array. What mattered was whether they could be the first to rush in and find what was inside. Yang Chen's family was not that anxious. Whether it was the dragon scale or the pure true fire, they were not things that could be obtained by entering first. They watched as the group of people rushed into the array one after another. After waiting for a while, they slowly walked in. As soon as they entered the array, Yang Qin heard the sounds of fighting before he could see anyone. These people were really a group of cheap people. They probably did not know what good things were inside, but they were already so eager to fight. It was unknown which person's hand was so cheap, but when he saw a group of people suddenly enter, he immediately waved his sword at them. This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The women had long been dissatisfied with these people, but they did not pay attention to them for the time being. Now, they actually dared to bully them. If this could be tolerated, what could not? Chapter 13:28. Gao Yugong Sunling and the other 4 wives did not make a move. It was Tao Junkie who made a move. Since discovering that Gao Yu and the others had experienced the experience of the demon continent and were very powerful, they felt that they were faintly at a disadvantage. They were obviously masters of the Deshang stage, but they were suppressed by the 4 wives of the Yuanying stage, which made them very uncomfortable. Therefore, with such a fighting opportunity, they had already said that they would leave it to them. Gao Yugong Sunling and the other 4 women only needed to take care of their husband with peace of mind. The fighting in the demon continent, coupled with experience of the mortal world in the following 100 years, Gao Yugong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue were very open to some things. They were not afraid of anyone. This kind of small scene, there was no need for so many people to make a move. It was not necessary to lift up those guys who didn't know what was good for them. 7 girls made a move. Even without releasing the iron-winged eagle, the people inside could not stand it anymore. This was the location of a medium difficulty formation. The real masters could be concentrated on the side of the high-level formation. Few of the people left here could compete with 7 girls. After dealing with more than a dozen guys in one shot, no one dared to provoke 7 girls easily. With a hula sound, they all ran away. The enemy fled, and 7 girls had no intention of chasing. They came in to find things, not to kill people. In such a short time, Gong Sunling had already simulated the terrain in the area protected by the formation, and several doubtful points were also directly marked. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness swept those places in an instant, and after the exploration, he shook his head directly. It was just a few magic weapons. For him, except for exchanging some poor spirit stones, there was no other value. Without looking at those things, Yang Qin turned and left. As soon as he left, the women naturally followed. After the whole family left, a few brave fellows who were still unwilling to give up and wandered around the area quickly ran back. After a while, 4 or 5 of them left in high spirits. After that, this place was visited by a few groups of people, and no one else came to take a look. After a few months of searching through dozens of arrays, Yang Chen and the rest were still unable to find anything related to the pure Yin True Fire and the Dragon Scale. Every time they saw some dispensable things, there were only a few things that the women could take a fancy to, and they put them away, and the rest were left untouched in place. Although he knew that searching for pure Yin True Fire and Dragon Scales in this vast area was like searching for a needle in a haystack, aimlessly searching for them one by one was indeed very frustrating. Let's see where those fellows who re-entered Langia Well are. Sighing, Yang Qin finally gave up on this kind of clueless search. Perhaps finding someone familiar with this place to lead the way was the right way. Of course, when it comes to familiarity with this place, except for those who entered Langia Well for the second time, who else could it be? The women have actually been paying attention to the whereabouts of those fellows. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling had even secretly left a spiritual awareness imprint on those fellows. Don't look at those masters of the Deshang stage, with their current second-grade, human, immortal, spiritual awareness cultivation base. It was easy to keep an eye on those fellows without being noticed. Yang Chen made a decision. Then the next thing everyone had to do was to find those fellows. Several people were very far apart, and Yang Chen didn't want to listen to only one side of the story, so he decided to find everyone and then inquire about it. With Gong Sunling and the shuttle, it was not difficult to find each of them. This fellow Taoist, I am Yang Chen, I would like to ask you about something. Ask for directions. Please enlighten me." Every time he found one, Yang Qin said the same words, just a thank you gift, a 6 desires pill. It's not enough to show my respect. As soon as they met, Yang Chen's rich and imposing spirit was fully realized. A 6 desires pill was offered as a thank you gift, and his tone and attitude were all taken out to ask for advice. His attitude was full of sincerity, no matter who it was. There was no reason to refuse. They could take a person to board the Langya crystal ship for 50 jin of upper-grade spirit stones. Of course, they would not push the 6 desires pill, the best quality pill that had been hyped outside. To put it bluntly, after entering Langya Well, it was unknown whether they could find something better than the 6 desires pill. This was also Yang Qin, who could be so generous. If it was someone else, if they dared to say that they would give a 6 desires pill to others for asking for directions, they would be regarded as a liar and then beaten until even their own mother couldn't recognize them. "Grandmaster Yang, please instruct me. I will tell you everything I know." After getting the 6 desires pill and confirming that they were not dreaming, all of them had the same attitude. As for Yang Qin gathering everyone together to ask questions, no one had any objections. Everyone understood that this was because Yang Chen was afraid that one of them would lie to him. So everyone gathered together to confront him. When everyone was gathered, Yang Chen let his 7 concubines guard the periphery and set up a few soundproof arrays before he began to ask questions. "When I entered the Langya Well, I just wanted to find one thing. Several fellow Taoists are familiar with this place. I don't know if you have seen the pure Yin True Fire?" Yang Chen did not hide it, and directly told these guides his purpose. Of course, the dragon scale was definitely concealed and only said the pure Yin True Fire. Yang Chen liked to collect fire seeds for alchemy, which was also famous outside, just like Yang Chen liked to collect miscellaneous books. No one would doubt the things that were famous outside. Moreover, the pure Yin True Fire was a 7th grade fire seed. Not everyone could get their hands on it. Even a pure Deshang stage fire cultivator would not necessarily dare to touch it. If they knew the whereabouts of such a thing, what was the harm in telling Yang Qin and getting a lot of gifts? A total of 7 people. When they heard that Yang Chen was looking for the pure Yin True Fire, all frowned. In the dark underground, Yang Qin couldn't see their expressions, but he could detect the hesitation on their faces at the moment through his spiritual awareness. "I don't want to hide it from Grandmaster Yang. Although I have entered Langya Well once, I have never heard of the pure Yin True Fire in Langya Well." Someone immediately said what he knew. Several others nodded when they heard the words, as if they had never heard of it. "Grandmaster, is there a mistake in the information?" After a clever question, he immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "In my experience, if it is not that there is no pure Yin True Fire here, then there is only one possibility." "What possibility?" When Yang Qin heard it, he found that this guy seemed to have something in his words. Maybe he really knew something, so he asked hurriedly. Chapter 13:29. Perhaps the fire seed is in those few places that have never been opened before. The person who answered did not keep them in suspense and directly stated his guess. When he said this, the others immediately reacted and nodded. Not every place in the Langya Well had been searched. There were a few places that the explorers had not been able to enter. Since the outsiders had not heard of it, maybe it was in one of those places. When he heard this, Yang Qin immediately became spirited. If there was such a place that no one had entered, then it was very likely that there was pure Yin True Fire that no one had heard of. Before Yang Qin could ask, Sun Qingxua had already asked anxiously on behalf of Yang Qin. The others also listened attentively and waited for these people to answer. "Grandmaster Yang, you don't know." It was still the expert who first voiced out his guess, who said, "In this Langya Well, there are 3 great danger zones." Since it was called a danger zone, then there was no need to ask, there must be great danger. Otherwise it would not be called a danger zone. All the girls pricked up their ears and listened carefully, for fear of missing a single word. Every time people who entered Langya Well and survived after more than 10 years Basically, all the formations that could be cracked have been found. They would all gather in the 3 great danger zones. One person was mainly describing, the others were responsible for supplementing, and the scene of the 3 great danger zones began to be told to Yang Chen's family. The reason why it was called a danger zone was that many people had died in these 3 places. It was fine if people died in there, but the problem was that tens of thousands of people had died outside the 3 great danger zones, and no one had been able to enter. No one knew what was in the danger zone. They only knew that it was definitely something good. However, the 3 formations outside the danger zone were not something that anyone could crack. Ever since the legend of Langya Well, the danger zones were still danger zones, no matter how many waves of people came in. The 3 great danger zones were recognized, and basically, people who could survive in Langya Well would eventually gather near these 3 danger zones, wanting to try their luck. Of course, there were a lot of people who did not believe in the heresy, and the end result was their own death, and then became a failure example to others. Everyone wanted to know what was inside Terminus. Everyone wanted to take it for themselves, but no one succeeded. A smart person would just watch and not make a move, but a fool would be consigned to eternal damnation. It was that simple outside of the danger zone. In fact, everyone understood that this danger zone only had 3 powerful defensive arrays, and so far, no one had managed to break them. The danger zones were actually not a secret. As long as everyone finished searching the outer areas, their attention would be focused on the 3 great danger zones. It would only take a dozen years or so. With this information, each of them would earn a 6 desires pill. It was definitely worth it. All 7 of them said the same thing, so there shouldn't be any fake news. Yang Qin politely sent the 7 of them off. Then he discussed with his wives and concubines whether they should go and take a look. Over there, we can only watch. We can't do anything. Gao Yu hurriedly made 3 rules first. Since it was called a dangerous place, it must not be so simple. Once she acted easily, there might be big trouble. Gao Yu knew the character of her husband and disciple. When they reached the place, he might take risks. So, she informed him in advance to avoid any accidents. Of course, Yang Qin agreed. He was not a reckless person and would not put himself in danger. But he was a little curious. What kind of array could block the footsteps of so many treasure hunters? To put it bluntly, these treasure hunters were sometimes the real experts in certain areas. Their attainments were not something that the experts of the big sect could compare to. Even they were stumped, so the difficulty could be imagined. The first place they rushed to should be a cave. The reason why it should be was because everyone actually did not know what was inside. The thing that blocked everyone's way was a stone door at the foot of the mountain. The entire mountain was under restriction, so one could only enter and exit through this stone door. This was one of the 3 great danger zones, the Longhuan Cave. It was also the least dangerous of the 3 great danger zones. But even so, there were still many corpses around the Longhuan Cave. Some had already decomposed into powder. With a light touch, it would turn into a pile. There were a few fresh corpses beside the stone door of the cave. These were guys who did not know the power of the Longhuan Cave and rashly went up to open the door. There seemed to be an expression of fear on the face of each corpse. Obviously, they felt great terror before they died. According to the guesses of the 7 guides and the legends of the predecessors, this stone door could not be opened at all. When cultivators touched it and used their spiritual power, the spiritual power of their whole body would be absorbed by the stone door. If they did not use their spiritual power, it would be fine. But if cultivators did not use their spiritual power, how could they open such a big stone door? Try using a puppet. Yang Qin originally wanted to try it himself, but he was stopped by Gao Yu. Then she came up with a compromise. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue all had a puppet made from the corpse of a praying mantis. It was the safest way to test it. Sure enough, as the rumor said, as soon as Shi Shanshan's puppet used spiritual power, it was as if the whole body was sucked by the stone door. If Yang Qin did not see the situation was bad and directly destroyed the puppet, maybe Shi Shanshan would also be implicated. And Gong Suanling's puppet did not use spiritual power. After touching it for a long time, nothing happened. It seems to be a powerful spiritual absorption array. Yang Qin also had a plan in his heart. After pondering for a while, he suddenly smiled. There is a way. What way? The eyes of the women all lit up. Although they could not see clearly in the dark, everyone could feel the excitement of their companions. The danger zone that had troubled countless people for generations. In the hands of their husband, there was a way to solve it. Of course, they were proud and happy. There are two ways, Yang Qin replied with a smile. Since it is a spiritual absorption array, as long as it is an array, there will be a limit. With a lot of spiritual power for the array to absorb, there will always be a time when it can't absorb it. However, this method consumes too much. If it is measured in spirit stones, it will be a massive number. It is a bit not worth the loss. This truth was understood by all the women, but no one would really use this method to break the array. As Yang Qin said, the consumption was too great. Don't look at so many masters of the Deshang stage have died here. That could not be measured by a few pounds of spirit stones. At least 10,000 pounds of top-quality spirit stones had to be used to speak. Is there another way? Sun Qingxue immediately asked about another way. In fact, it's simple to say, but many people are stuck in a dead end and can't think of it. Yang Qin said with a smile, don't use spiritual power, use tools, use brute force to open this stone door. Chapter 1330. People who cultivate sometimes do not think about some things. When they are superstitious about spiritual power all their lives, they will subconsciously think that without spiritual power, they can't do anything. Yang Qin is different. Gao Yugong Sunling Shi Shanshan Sun Qingxue is also different. They have all experienced the process of their cultivation being sealed and living like ordinary people for 100 years. In this regard, they have a more understanding than other cultivators. Those ordinary people who have no spiritual power, what will they do when they encounter a stone or wood that they can't move? In fact, there are still many ways. The simplest is to use tools like levers, completely relying on physical strength to support the weight that they can't bear. This stone door is the same. They can't use spiritual power. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is to find various ways to achieve the goal. But in the eyes of cultivators, it becomes another way of thinking. First of all, everyone's first thought was to break the formation first. As long as the formation was broken, there would be no such problem. Of course, this idea is also normal. The other party has arranged the formation, and they can crack it themselves. Come and go, it's upright. The second thought is that if you can't break the formation, what method to use to attack the formation? Or try your luck with various magic weapons. The lying and decaying corpses at the door are the victims of this idea. No cultivator has ever thought of using ordinary people's methods to solve the problem. The masters of the Yuanying and Deshang stage are all hundreds of years old. In the years of cultivation, they have forgotten that they used to be ordinary people, and they can still use ordinary people's methods. When Yang Qin said this, the women suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. If they want to solve this problem, there are two ways to solve it casually. The first method is a bit costly, but it can be said that it can be solved. The second method of ordinary people made the women a little ashamed. None of them had thought of it. It was like there was no concept in their minds at all. Of course, it's not so complicated for your husband. After Yang Qin waited for everyone to think about it, he added with a smile, if this stone door is not as heavy as the mountain behind it, it is just a piece of cake. Except for Gong Sunling, no one else seemed to understand what Yang Qin meant. Gao Yu vaguely guessed something, but she was not sure if Yang Qin meant this. As he spoke, Yang Qin's hands had already grabbed the two huge handles of the stone door. He didn't know what material the handle was made of, but it looked very sturdy, as if it was made for people to hold it and push the door open. The women were very clear in their hearts that there would be no problem if they didn't use their spiritual power, but they were still a little worried when they saw the scene. They were afraid of disturbing Yang Chen. No one dared to speak loudly and just looked at Yang Chen nervously. Yang Chen casually exerted force and pushed inwards, but the two stone doors did not budge at all. This made Yang Chen a little surprised. He didn't seem to have exerted much force, but he had already cultivated the yellow, turban, strongman body, refining technique to the realm of overturning the sea strength. He had at least tens of thousands of genes of power. He didn't even push the stone door. This stone door was still a bit interesting. After a careful observation, the stone door has not been opened for at least 10,000 years. There was nothing on the door, but Yang Chen still carefully discovered that on the edge of the stone door, there were some subtle traces that almost no one would notice. These traces were actually vertical. What did vertical traces mean? Yang Chen thought a little in his heart and immediately smiled on his face. This was clearly the scratch left by the stone door moving up and down. The designer of this place was really a sinister guy. He set up two seemingly ordinary stone doors. Everyone thought that it was opened from the inside to the outside. No one would ever think that the stone door was opened from the top to the bottom. He grabbed the two handles with both hands and lifted them up. In the rumbling sound, the two stone doors began to slowly leave the ground and move up. Because it had not been opened for a long time, the friction when the stone door was lifted up was very big and it seemed very rough. But under the terrifying power of Yang Chen, the stone door still rose up unswervingly, revealing the passage below. The 7 concubines were shocked to find out that their husband had such terrifying power. Gao Yu finally confirmed her guess. Yang Chen really lifted it with his own strength. When they were in retreat together, Gao Yu had seen Yang Chen waving a huge stone pillar of hundreds of thousands of genes to play tricks. At this moment, she was not so surprised. Gong Sunling had seen the scene of Yang Chen pulling up the island and smashing it at Ho Yin, so she was not surprised. The other women were all surprised and speechless. What kind of monster was their husband? Not to mention his level of alchemy. How could even his physical body be so terrifying? No wonder all the women under the bed were sometimes not the opponents of Yang Chen, but it turned out that his pure physical body was so shocking. Fortunately, everyone's state of mind was good. Although they were surprised, it was only for a while. The business was more important. Her husband had already lifted the entire stone door. If they did not go in and take a look, wouldn't it be a waste of her husband's hard work? Tao Junkie's cultivation was the highest, so she took the lead and was about to drill under Yang Chen's arm and rush in. Yang Chen reminded her in time, "Be careful." Tao Junkie understood and summoned the iron-winged eagle. She took the flying sword and lowered her head to go in. Yang Chen only lifted the stone door to his chest, and Tao Junkie had to bend down to go in. Next was Gong Sunling. She had the mountain river geographical map to protect her body, and she could cover for Tao Junkie when necessary. The rest bypassed Yang Chen one by one and entered the long tunnel under the stone door. Gao Yu was the last in line. After the other women went in, she stared at a few directions in the distance, exchanged a look with Yang Chen, and walked in calmly. Now Yang Chen had lifted the stone door above his head, and he could walk in easily. In several directions that Gao Yu looked at, there were people staring at this side in shock. At least 3 of them were the guides who entered Langya Well for the second time and asked Yang Chen for directions. At this moment, they couldn't believe what they saw with their eyes. One of the 3 dangerous places in Langya Well was so easily solved by Yang Chen. Why did it feel like watching a show? The women had already walked in a long way. Yang Chen held the bottom of the stone door with his hand, maintained the lifting posture, and moved into the stone door step by step. However, in the eyes of a few people who were staring at this side, the stone door maintained the height of being lifted and never fell. This situation made a few people overjoyed. Could it be that after the stone door was opened, it would always be open? Chapter 1331. When Yang Chen and the women walked into the tunnel, they found that the tunnel was quite speechless. The seemingly very ordinary stone door was more than 100 feet thick, which also meant that the top of the tunnel was more than 100 feet long, all of which were the two so-called stone doors. No wonder it couldn't be pushed inside. The stone door in this direction was simply connected with the mountain. It would be a ghost to be able to push it. In order to walk in himself, Yang Chen had to keep holding it, step by step, and never let the stone door fall. This scene naturally caused a lot of speculation from the people outside. Seeing that the stone door did not fall for at least a dozen breaths, the people outside finally couldn't help but rush towards the stone door from several directions. The fastest one, when he reached the stone door, did not hesitate to enter the stone door. Gao Yu's last glance had obviously found everyone, because they were afraid of disturbing Yang Chen's family inside. No one dared to use their spiritual awareness to explore. The guy who rushed in was very happy. Even if Yang Chen's family ate the meat, he could drink some soup. These 3 great danger zones have never been opened. How many good things are there in it? Before the second expert could rush to the side of the door, the raised stone door suddenly came crashing down. Don't look at the difficulty of lifting it, but when it fell, the huge weight ignored all obstacles, and the pressure of Mount Tai was like the top of the mountain. The master who rushed into the stone door was horrified. Rushing forward was obviously too late, and he was unwilling to step back. In such a hesitation, the stone door had already pressed down on the top of his head. As a last resort, the master could only hold up his hands and learn from Yang Chen's appearance, trying to resist the falling trend of the stone door. Unfortunately, it was easy to see others sitting up, but it was not so simple when it came to lifting himself. The huge weight almost bent the master's spine. In a flash, he already understood that relying on his own physical strength, it was impossible to carry the stone door. But as soon as he used his spiritual power, he suddenly found that the place where his hands and the stone door were in contact, there was a great suction force, and his spiritual power was washed away. This stone door couldn't be used with spiritual power. The expert suddenly remembered this taboo, but it was already too late. The falling momentum of the stone door didn't even slow down for a moment before crashing down. 2 lines of blood were squeezed out from both ends of the stone door. It was that pitiful fellow who was directly crushed into a meat patty by the stone door. Fresh blood splattered all over the body of the expert, who rushed over from behind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his speed was a little slower. Otherwise, wouldn't he have ended up as a meat patty? Of course. Yang Chen had also sensed that this fellow had followed him in, but he was not so kind as to carry the stone door for an outsider. Once he was inside, he let go without thinking. These guys couldn't think of a way themselves, but they were good at taking advantage of others. He would let them know that it wasn't so easy to take advantage of others. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, but it had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Not even a speck of blood was on his body. He only wanted to know if there was anything he was looking for in one of the 3 great danger zones. It seemed that the array outside and the stone door was the last barrier. There wasn't the slightest bit of other aura inside. Tao Junkie, who rushed in first, had already checked once. There was no danger. Even the lights were lit, illuminating the inside of the place. The space inside was not big. It was only half the size of the mountain belly. The whole space was a circular area, supported by a few pillars. With just one look, Yang Chen felt a little regret. In the middle of the circular space was a hall. Surrounding it was a circle of tables. On the tables, there were many memorial tablets. There were also some portraits on the wall. One by one, they almost covered the entire wall. There were some praying mats on the ground in the middle. Whether it was the praying mats or the tables, they had gone through simple refinement. Until now, they still hadn't decayed. This posture was clearly the appearance of a sex ancestral hall. No wonder there was such a strange array protecting the outside. Which sex ancestral hall would be heavily guarded and could not be easily opened. Opening one of the great danger zones was a good thing. But for Yang Chen and the rest, it didn't have much meaning. No one would keep any magic treasures in the ancestral hall. This trip was a waste of effort. The girls probably also knew this result. Everyone just looked at it. No one did anything. Now they were waiting for Yang Chen to decide what to do next. In any case, he is also a senior. Since he is here, let's burn some incense. Yang Chen thought for a while and said to the girls, this was the old place of a certain sect. Coming here to take things and arriving at the ancestral hall, it was proper to burn incense for the ancestors. No one objected. Yang Chen was the first. The girls followed behind Yang Chen. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue were in the second row. Tao, Junki, Murong sisters, and Shi Wushuang were in the third row. Starting from the position directly opposite the door, they started to burn incense, one by one. There were ready-made incense in the Qingkuan bag. In a short while, there were 3 lit incense sticks in front of each memorial tablet in the entire ancestral hall. Smoke rose in spirals, and the ancestral hall began to be filled with a smell that made people feel refreshed. What is that? At first, the smoke was just drifting randomly. But when there were 3 incense sticks in front of all the memorial tablets, the drifting smoke began to slowly form a pattern at the top of the ancestral hall. This pattern was square. It was impossible to form by chance. Although it had not completely appeared, there was definitely something strange about it. Everyone looked up at the smoke slowly gathering. There was an indescribable feeling in everyone's heart. Originally, they thought that there would not be any gains in the ancestral hall. They did not expect that after a few incense sticks, there would be such a surprise. Fortunately, Yang Chen suggested to burn incense. Otherwise, no one would discover that the smoke would form a pattern. The smoke quickly formed a square pattern. There were all kinds of complicated lines, which made people feel dizzy at a glance. Especially when the smoke was constantly moving, it was even more dizzying. It seems to be an array pattern. Gong Sunling was the first to see something, followed by the Murong sisters. They were more inclined towards arrays, so it was normal for them to see it first. Yang Chen did not analyze what the pattern was. Instead, he tried his best to memorize the pattern. As for studying it, he would think about it later. The smoke did not last for long and soon dissipated. The girls looked at it with some longing, especially Gong Sunling and the Murong sisters. They only remembered a part of it. Most of it dissipated before they could memorize it. Burn the incense again and look at it again. Gong Sunling immediately suggested, no need. I have already memorized it. Let's go out and study it. Yang Chen shook his head. Instinctively, he felt that this ancestral hall was not so simple. It was better to leave first. Chapter 1332. In general, the sect would not set up any killing traps in the ancestral hall. Those who came on weekdays were the disciples or guests of the ancestral hall. It was really unnecessary and should not target these people. But no one could guarantee that this sect would not take precautions, so when he felt something was wrong, Yang Chen still planned to leave first. Yang Chen's words were the golden rule in the ears of the women. When Yang Chen said to leave, no one would stay for a moment. This was proved by Yang Chen with the dignity of her husband and the facts again and again. No one had any opinions. Just like coming in, Yang Chen lifted the stone door, and the women quickly went out. Yang Chen was the last one to hold the stone door and walked out slowly. The stone door was stained with the flesh and blood of the master who had just been crushed into meat juice. But at this time he couldn't care less. Safety came first. Of course, although the Qingkuan bag on his body was flattened, it was not broken, and it directly benefited Yang Chen. However, before Yang Chen walked to the outside door, he noticed that someone was confronting the women outside. When Yang Chen quickly walked to the door, those people were still there. He had seen these people a few times. There were more than a dozen of them. 2 of them were acquaintances that Yang Chen had asked for directions, and the others were the people who boarded the Langia crystal ship together. At this moment, the women were looking at these people covetously, and they were on guard. As soon as the women came out, they met these people. If it weren't for each of them raising their hands and making a sound to show that they were not malicious, the women would have already made a move. No one knew who made the light, but it was bright here, and everyone could see the surrounding scene clearly. It was also because those people didn't want to make a move that Yangqin didn't turn hostile. Grandmaster Yang, please do us a favor. We just want to go in and take a look and try our luck. There is no other intention. An acquaintance guide saw Yangqin and immediately came forward to ask, Grandmaster Yang, if you have any errands in the future, we will be at your service. He showed his sincerity as soon as he came up. He probably knew that the things they had couldn't arouse Yangqin's interest, so he made such a promise. Speaking of which, they were very sincere. To pay such a price just to enter and have a look, it could not be said that it was not a small price. However, these people didn't necessarily lose out. This Langya well was just so strange. Sometimes the people in front clearly didn't find anything, but when the people behind went over to take a look, they didn't know when there were more treasures. It was purely dependent on each person's fate. What they said made sense. As one of the 3 great danger zones, it was even more coveted. No matter what Yangqin obtained in there, there might be some fish that escaped the net. This was what everyone had in mind, but they did not have the ability to lift the stone door, so they could only discuss it with Yangqin. 5 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. There's no need to talk about what will happen in the future. Yangqin didn't like their empty promises. In the end, he still vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Since these people wanted to go in, who knew if there would be a future, it was better to trade real money on the spot. Everyone was overjoyed. Originally, they thought that they would owe Yangqin a promise, but now it was only 5 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. They were all masters and no one said anything. Everyone took out 5 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones without hesitation, and then, under the signal of Yangqin, handed them over to Gaoyu. Everyone handed over the spirit stones, and then looked at Yangqin eagerly, waiting for his order. Yangqin didn't let everyone down. He held the stone door with one hand and quickly ordered, "Immediately prepare a few strong metal pillars to hold it." The group of people suddenly understood that no matter how great a person's strength was, there would be a time when it would be exhausted. If they used a bunch of pillars to hold it, there would be no problem in this aspect at all. Especially after holding the stone door, they didn't have to worry about the trouble of not letting go of Yangqin after they went in. No one dared to neglect. Everyone carried a lot of ordinary metal materials with them. At this time, they couldn't care about anything else. They immediately took them out and began to sacrificial refine on the spot. It was just holding the stone door. There was no need to carefully refine it, as long as everyone's size was the same. Soon, there were more than a dozen metal pillars in front of Yangqin. "Little Shui, come over and help hold it, and then I will let go." Yangqin directly instructed Sun Qingxue to collect all the metal pillars, and then entered the door, putting one every few steps. After all of them were put in place, Sun Qingxue left, and Yangqin also let go. The stone door sank down, and then fell on a dozen metal pillars, and was firmly supported. "Good luck!" Yangqin cupped his hands at everyone, and then took his wives and concubines and left quickly. The uneasy atmosphere just now was getting stronger and stronger. Yangqin now didn't want to stay here for a long time. The departure of Yangqin's family was in line with everyone's wishes. At this moment, facing the open stone door, inside was one of the 3 great danger zones. But more than a dozen of them began to be wary of each other again. There was no way people's hearts were like this. Without the relationship between Yangqin and the women, it was impossible to really cooperate. After arguing for a long time, it was the guide who had just negotiated with Yangqin who said, "We can't use spiritual power inside the stone door, so what are we worried about? No one can break these pillars by relying on physical strength, so there's no need to think so much. Let's go in together." Sometimes many people just can't get rid of that feeling. Someone said so. Everyone thought about it, and it was indeed reasonable. In that case, what were they waiting for? No one wanted to be left behind. Everyone swarmed in. After squeezing 4 or 5 times at the small entrance, more than a dozen people entered one after another. Let's divide those crystal stones and use them as pocket money. Yang Chen's family was already 100 miles away at the moment, and Yang Chen's sense of crisis had disappeared. Only then did he stop and began to talk to the women about the distribution of those crystal stones. More than a dozen people each had 10 jin of the best grade spirit stones, and it was divided to each of them, which was a lot of wealth in any sect. Unfortunately, now the women had already been shocked by Yang Chen's wealth many times, and they were also people who had seen big scenes, who would put such a little crystal stone in their eyes. What everyone was interested in was why Yang Chen had to leave in a hurry and what the pattern meant. Why are we in such a hurry? Are we afraid that they will find nothing when they go in and look for us? Sun Qingxue didn't think so much and asked Yang Chen directly. Of course, the latter sentence was a joke. Yang Chen didn't promise that there would be anything inside. I always feel that something is wrong. Yang Chen shook his head directly and said. Just as he said this, he heard a thunderous noise in the direction of the ancestral hall just now, and at the same time a dazzling red light broke out. An entire dark space was instantly illuminated into a blood color.